He jumps up into the air. At first, he's going to use the strength of his jump and a key blast propeller, but instinctively he tries to make flight work and actually kind of pulls it off at first. It's really tricky. And this actually isn't too outlandish for Goku, who's known for copying techniques after seeing them, and he did just see it in the 22nd World Tournament. He doesn't know why, but he has a huge surge of power within him too, and he thinks this is kind of driving it as well. No time to think about that now, though. He flies off following wherever the Dragon Ball went. From the ground below, his friends watch him worried. Of course, worried at the fact that Krillin's dead and now Goku's going into a fight. But Roshi's even more worried because he can see that some sort of anger is overtaking Goku. He knows why Goku's angry, but he's never seen him like that, especially transform something. It's terrifying almost, especially with the type of power that he was showcasing. Roshi thinks they need to stop him immediately. Of course, there is a threat out there too, but he's less concerned about that and more concerned about Goku. Whatever power Goku has right now, it actually might be enough to take out whatever threat they're supposed to be fighting. The increased power is that substantial, but Roshi's worried about that rage that Goku's feeling. It's going to overtake him, and he needs to help his student. Goku eventually catches up to Tambourine, who doesn't even realize who this guy is because he looks so different. Tambourine's not even too concerned at first, but he confirms that he is the one who killed Krillin, and he says that they have a list of fighters that they're going after. Plus, he does have the Dragon Ball. Thankfully, Goku's cool-headed enough in this moment to actually not kill him right away, because enough time did pass for him to regain some sort of control. If not, he wouldn't have gotten this info that they're going after other fighters as well. But of course, immediately after hearing all this, he instantly goes into fight, moving so quickly that Tambourine can't even react, swiping the Dragon Ball from him, and then one-shotting Tambourine as well, with no hesitation and no second thoughts. But strangely enough, right after this fight, Goku then powers back down to base, feeling very worn out too, and also unable to fly anymore. He plummets to the ground below, holding on to the Dragon Ball as tight as he can, and he hits the ground unconscious. Not too long later, Roshi and the rest of the group stumble upon Goku, glad to find that he's relatively okay, and he actually has the Dragon Ball in hand. Plus, he's not in that golden hair form anymore, which probably is a good sign. Roshi asks Goku if he remembers anything, and yeah, he does. He remembers pretty much everything. He just didn't even realize that in the moment, he transformed. But he tells Roshi what happened. He caught up to Tambourine, got the Dragon Ball, killed him, and also during the fight, he found out that Tambourine was actually going after some of the other World Tournament fighters. And Roshi seems to have an idea of who they're up against too. It's King Piccolo. He's not sure who freed King Piccolo and why he's back in the first place, but none of that matters. The point is, King Piccolo's a big threat and they have to stop him. And also, he wants to figure out what that power Goku had was. Not only because it's concerning, but it might be useful here in this fight, especially against someone like King Piccolo. That opponent Goku was up against, there's no way he would have defeated him without that form. And the rest of the group, at least those who have known Goku for a while, they're wondering if this is related to that giant monkey transformation Goku has. At least whatever this form is, Goku kept his humanoid shape, and he actually was somewhat conscious during it. The anger did briefly take control of him, but soon enough he was able to regain his senses somehow. But that was close to when he lost consciousness from losing so much power, because there was a lot of stamina drain from this too. No one has any clue what happened, nor does Goku, but unlike the Grade 8 form at least, Goku does remember what happened. Plus, this form seems way stronger than when Goku turns into a giant monkey. And on top of that, it seems anger is what made it transform rather than something like a full moon. At least now they have time to prepare. Roshi tells Goku to come with him. They're going to have to plan something. Roshi does know one way they could probably contain King Piccolo, but they do need a backup plan, and Goku could be the perfect one. At least if they could somehow unlock that power again. But Goku does need to recover a bit first too. King Piccolo waits for Tambourine to come back, but he never does. And of course this means he never gets his hand on a Dragon Ball. He wonders what's taking him so long. Did he actually fall in battle or something? No, there's no way. His son is stronger than that. But just as important for him, he wanted a list of all the tournament contestants. And he still doesn't have that because Goku was able to get that from Tambourine as well. So he decides he's going to make a few more sons here. First of all, he needs to figure out what happened to Tambourine, and he needs to send someone out to collect the Dragon Balls. After hearing about it from the Pilaf gang, he really wants them. If he regains his youth, he'll be unstoppable. But he does need 7 Dragon Balls first. The big issue for him here is that he knows Tambourine's dead. He actually is able to sense this type of stuff. And this puts him on high alert immediately because that's another goal of his. They need to find out who exactly killed Tambourine. He had the list of tournament contestants. He had a Dragon Ball. And most importantly, one of his sons was defeated, which kind of concerned King Piccolo. The group tries to uncover the mystery of what that form is. One interesting thing they noted is that Goku wasn't able to fly on Nimbus, which must mean some sort of maliciousness was in his heart, because before, Goku flew in with no issues at all. And just to test it again, he calls for Nimbus. Now that he's in his base, it works just like before. So it did have to do with that power after all. But there's a lot of mystery surrounding what it is and what its true power is. For now, Goku just refers to it as Super Goku. He guesses that he got so mad that he decided to summon more power that he didn't even know he had with it. And if that really is the case, that's truly terrifying. But he's determined that whatever that power is, he'll figure out how to use it to protect his friends. Plus, they need to get all the Dragon Balls to bring Krillin back too. Thankfully, they do have the radar as well, but it seems like these people are a bigger problem first. They'll have to defeat the enemy and then go after the Dragon Balls. Ten and Chao's are with them too because Ten wants to learn how to do the Mafuba. This is their main course of action too because they think that the Mafuba will be a sure way to defeat King Piccolo. It did work before after all. And in case they can't unlock whatever power Goku had, they're probably going to have to rely on this. A bit of time passes and they wait at Kame House. Goku tries his best to get the form again, but he can't really control it. On Namek, when Goku unlocked it, he actually was able to just willingly transform into it once again. But here it seems a little bit tougher for him. First of all, he's way less experienced than he was on Namek. And here the circumstances aren't necessarily as dire as Namek was. So the combination of those two things makes it a little bit tough for him to get into it. But eventually he does tap into it briefly. There is another issue with it too. It feels a lot more taxing on him. He's not used to this kind of power and he has no clue what it is. And combined with the last two things that I mentioned, it just makes it a little bit harder for him to maintain. And the second he does turn Super Saiyan, he basically taps right out afterwards. But amidst these preparations, someone else arrives on the island. They didn't really know where to go next because they don't have a list of tournament contestants. But the Pilaf gang was actually able to track Dragon Balls here, and they do notice that one of them is nearby. They realize now that Tenri probably was actually able to get one of them, and it got taken from them somehow because it moved positions. It was coming towards them, and then it went the opposite direction. So they sent out another one of King Piccolo's sons there. Symbol arrives on the island, and essentially right what he does, he gets jumped by everyone. He's actually not too tough of an opponent here, thankfully. But that's not the issue. The issue is that the sets King Piccolo right after them now, because first of all, they can't get the Dragon Balls, and it seems like they have some sort of strong opponent they're working against. That's two of the sons defeated by seemingly the same person, so they make this guy a priority. And the Pilaf gang pretty much immediately recognizes who it might be. It's probably that kid Goku. It seems he has no choice now. King Piccolo himself goes to Kamehameha's. Descending upon him not too long after, looking to kill him. Goku tries to fight him and is actually defeated pretty quickly. Of course, the others try to fight right away, but they're not going to be able to do much either. He's more so focused on Goku because he is the one to kill his two sons. He'll kill this brat first and then make sure to wipe out all his friends. But then he notices something weird, something that actually kind of terrifies him. Roshi actually hasn't had time to teach this to Ten yet, but he starts to prepare the food for himself. And King Piccolo Can recognize it right away. This distracts Goku for a brief moment, and he tries to fight back by launching an attack at them. But this is a wrong move on Piccolo's part, because this sets Goku off. Not only is he on the brink of death again, but now all of his friends are in direct danger. This is the guy that's responsible for all of them. He's responsible for Krill's death. And if he doesn't do something now, his other friends will die too. Despite the damage he's taken, Goku gets back. That same golden aura surrounds him again, and he's able to tap into Super Saiyan once more, or rather, Super Goku as he calls it. He tells King Piccolo that it ends here, leave all of his friends alone. Now, Piccolo is taken aback by this, and Roshi actually stops preparing them with food too. They might have actually won here. Goku tapped into it against it. Piccolo does try to fight him, but Goku's far too fast for him now. And even when he does rarely land an attack, it doesn't do anything to Goku. He's completely unfazed by it. And Goku knows his power is fleeting, so he's going to finish this as quick as possible. He hits King Piccolo with a single kick. He rockets up into the air, right through his ship, making it crash into the sea with the peel-off gang aboard. The group doesn't even realize that they're in it. And then Piccolo hovers for air, and then he looks down below, seeing the blue light getting closer and closer to him. A Kamehameha is launched upwards, and King Piccolo sees his certain death here. With no other options, he spits out one last egg, launching it far off into the distance. No one else even sees it because it's obscured by the Kamehameha. It's so powerful that it looks like it just swallows everything in the sky, completely obscuring the view of Piccolo too. This attack completely disintegrates the demon king, and Goku stands there on the island below, victorious. They're amazed at his power and amazed that it actually worked. He did it. He saved them against Piccolo. They didn't even realize how much destruction was just avoided thanks to Goku. Goku then powers down, thinking that he now might actually have a handle of this form. Well, not perfect control over it, but at least willingly being able to transform into it. What they need to do next is get the Dragon Balls to revive Krillin, and they immediately do that right after the fact. With everyone still completely unsure as to what power Goku just used. Thankfully, Piccolo didn't really get to do much, so Krillin's brought back, and that's basically it. Thanks to Goku killing Tambourine right away, all of his focus went directly to Goku. Because he wasn't sure how his son died, he wanted to figure out how. All he knew is that Goku defeated him and stole what he wanted. So he didn't go after any of the other tournament contestants because he didn't even know where to find him. And they just went after that one Dragon Ball that Tambourine had. Krillin's told about everything after too, and Goku even shows him the power that he got. He got that form because of him. That's kind of insane. He knew Goku's power was scary, but not like this. Like that giant monkey thing that he transforms into, that's terrifying enough. This seems way more powerful. But at least it seems like Goku actually has some sort of control of this, and he actually remembers what's going on. But back at Kame House, someone descended on the island, and it looks like another one of King Piccolo's cohorts. At first they're worried and ready to fight, but the man says he's not working for King Piccolo. He knows his appearance might give off that impression, but that's not who he is. He's the creator of the Dragon Balls. He's the guardian of Earth, Kami. From his lookout, he witnessed King Piccolo's defeat, and seeing someone that strong, especially with the power that they can't control, it made Kami curious about Goku. He has to be the strongest person on Earth now. And especially with the fact that King Piccolo's going to come back soon enough, he wants to make sure Goku's the one able to defeat him. And he tells him about the egg. They didn't even see King Piccolo spit up another egg, and now they know he's going to be reincarnated, and he's going to come to fight again. That's exactly why Kami's here. First he wanted to meet Goku, and offer him a spot to train on the lookout with him. Obviously Goku's going to accept this, not only because it's going to help him grow a lot stronger, but it'll allow him to get control in whatever this forms. And he's ready for whatever lies ahead. Goku's training with Kami begins. Of course, Kami has a lot to teach him, but one of the main things they want to work on is that form that he has, Super Goku, whatever it is. Still, nobody knows what it is, so they don't even know how to control it or how to work it, or why Goku even transformed in the first place. Is it something other humans can get too? Or is it something exclusive to Goku? He is kind of a unique case. I mean, he can't transform into a grade 8 when he has his tail. So maybe it's because of that, his weird genetic makeup, and the fact that he's so unique from other humans. No one knows he's the same. So Kami wants to try and tap into that form and figure out what makes it work. Mainly for Goku's sake, because not only will this make him a stronger warrior, but it will give him better control. But besides that, he also learns a lot from Kami because he's a great teacher to begin with. It's not just raw power that Goku's getting from this. He's refining himself even further as a martial artist. Plus, with Goku being a lot stronger here and having Super Saiyan, When he goes into the room of spirit of time, he's actually able to last in there a little bit longer, but eventually taps out. He lasts a few months though, which is longer than before. In case you don't remember, he actually did go into the room of spirit of time as a kid. It's just that he couldn't be in there too. But amidst his training here, he actually does that. Soon enough, we get to the 23rd World Tournament. And up until the final match with Goku and Piccolo, nothing really changes because this doesn't affect anyone else's strength. Well, I guess one thing that would change is that Goku's matches would go way easier. Although he does hold himself back to try and have a fun fight, but still. It's not like he was necessarily struggling in the first place. And against Piccolo, he hopes for a good challenge, but he is confident that he'll win. He holds back Super Saiyan, of course, because he wants to test Piccolo's power. If he just goes in with Super Saiyan, he'll win way too easily. He's been waiting for this fight with Piccolo, and he thinks Piccolo will be able to impress him. But even when holding back Super Saiyan, he's way too strong for Piccolo. And Piccolo's not satisfied, not only because he's losing here, but the fact that Goku's not using his full power. He tells Goku to use the same power that he used to defeat King Piccolo. Of course, he remembers it and knows it. He's not going to be embarrassed like this. He wants Goku to defeat him at his full strength. In a brilliant display, much to everyone's shock, he goes Super Saiyan. For all his friends looking on, they're a bit concerned seeing this again, but Goku seems way more tame in this form. And not just that, he seems to have some sort of control over it. Now, it's not 100% efficient still, but he can use it willingly whenever he wants. The reason he was acting so differently before was because of all the intense emotions he was feeling when Krillin. Here, he's still Goku. Sure, there's a bit of maliciousness within him when he uses Super Saiyan, which is why he can rely on Nimbus. But it doesn't affect him at all. He's just using it like it's any other thing. This is also a big shock to Chi-Chi, who still did propose to Goku here, but is confused on why Goku suddenly turned blonde and looks like a delinquent. Is she marrying a delinquent and she didn't know it? Naturally, the fight doesn't last much longer. Goku basically one-shots him. But still, acknowledges Piccolo's strength. Even though he had to hold back, that still was a really fun battle. Goku wins the 23rd World Tournament, and Piccolo ends up leading, promising Goku that he'll come back one day and defeat him. He knows that power now, and he's going to be able to get strong enough to defeat Goku while using it full. He'll make it his life's mission. Whatever power that is, he'll overcome it. So, pretty uneventful World Tournament. But Piccolo ends up surviving like normal, knowing that he's not going to be able to win here. So, while he's tempted to try and fight back after he loses, he knows that's not a good idea. He needs to get a lot stronger. And with Goku still engaged Chi-Chi, that leads us to the few years time skip that happens after the fact. This is where we'll start to have some pretty major changes. Well, not right off the bat, because nothing really happens over this time skip besides the fact that Gohan's born, which doesn't change at all. Now, the question is if Goku goes Super Saiyan so early on would affect Gohan at all. And it actually might not change too much, at least not right off the bat. So, for one, I debate whether or not Gohan would even be born with the tail, because that's supposedly the recessive trait, and that didn't apply to Goten and Trunks. But Goku going Super Saiyan here probably wouldn't affect that at all. Weirdly enough, with Gohan's tail being a recessive trait, it just seems so unlikely that he was born with it in the first place that I guess for this scenario we could still keep it, because he's seemingly a rare case where a hybrid Saiyan was born with the tail. Actually, the only case. Now, another thing is, would this affect Gohan's power? The reason I mention this is because a lot of people theorize this is why Goten and Trunks were so strong and able to go Super Saiyan so easily, but that's probably not the case. This was explained way later on in Super, but the existence of best cells is what makes someone transform into Super Saiyan much easier. I know, not the most universally loved explanation, but it's an explanation in the series, so I'm going to stick with it. Because people used to theorize that maybe one of the reasons Goten and Trunks went Super Saiyan so easily is because Goku and Vegeta had that same ability too. But that's kind of tough to say, especially because we're not even really sure if this applies to Trunks because it depends on when Vegeta actually unlocks Super Saiyan, because Trunks could have probably been conceived before Vegeta actually went Super Saiyan. And if that's the case, and Vegeta actually unlocked Super Saiyan after Trunks was conceived, that means the theory doesn't even apply to it. The whole reason I'm mentioning this is that people might think that Gohan would just be born as a Super Saiyan to begin with, and that's not the case here. Even with Goten and Trunks, they were born as Super Saiyans. And even though they got it really easily, it still doesn't mean that they were just instantly born. I feel like this is a fairly grounded and realistic approach to it too, because I know some people are probably going to ask why doesn't Gohan go Super Saiyan instantly. Although, at least on the bright side, this means he's still born with his tail, because that seemingly wasn't affected by the power of Goku and Vegeta. Tails being a recessive trait doesn't mean that it's going to be affected by Goku's power at all. That's just genetics. Tangent aside, that explains why Gohan's going to be largely the same. I still think it was necessary because I don't want a bunch of people asking, why is it Gohan with Super Saiyan at birth? No, that's not happening. Following the time skip, there is still a reunion plan at Kame House, and Goku ends up going with Gohan. All seems well and good here until Raditz eventually shows up. His interaction with Piccolo is pretty much like normal. Now, there's a chance that he could go with Goku instantly, but Goku's power is going to be so suppressed that he won't even notice him. At least not at first. So he still counters Piccolo and then goes to fight Goku right after. And when he arrives at Kame House, of course, he tries to act intimidating, and he thinks he overpowers Goku too. Especially because, judging by his scouter, Kakarot's pretty weak, which is very disappointing, especially with the fact that he doesn't even have a tail anymore. Although, it seems like his son does, which is how he instantly recognizes that Gohan is actually Goku's son. The fact that he has a tail, he's a hybrid Saiyan. That's an interesting thing to know, and he'll definitely have to tell Vegeta and Nappa about it. Goku learns a little bit more about his origin, and Raditz tells him to join him. Obviously, Goku declines it, but then Raditz gets aggressive. He tries to attack Krillin, but Goku blocks these. And Raditz notices something strange when he does this. In that brief moment where he jumps to defend Krillin, first of all, Kakarot moved really quickly, but on top of that, his power jumped a lot. He thinks his scout is acting up because it said Kakarot's power went up to 3K. That doesn't seem right. And no, it's actually not right. That's not Goku's base strength. Right now, he's really heavily suppressed because he has no reason to fight. Well, at least not until Raditz showed up. His true base strength is actually more like 10,000. I feel like this is pretty reasonable because not only did he get better training while in Super Saiyan, but the fact that he used the Room of Spirit of Time for a little bit longer than normal, even if the training wasn't really too crazy. And keep in mind, this is his base strength too. And I don't need to tell you that for the saga, that's pretty insane. He'll fight him, but not here. So they go off to fight. And Raditz actually isn't able to take Gohan with him, which will actually work in his favor later on. Goku and Raditz start fighting in base, and Goku easily overpowers him. Raditz realizes he might be outmatched here, so he might try and pull some tricks, but at first he can't really do anything against Goku. But he does buy some time to think by telling Goku more about his origin, more about the Saiyans and more of who he is. That explains a lot. The fact that he was born with a tail, and the fact that he was able to transform into a Great Ape, which also makes him realize that he was the one to kill Great Ape. Learns the fact that there's 3 of them alive right now. Raditz, Vegeta, and Nappa. And 4 if you include Goku. And yeah, I know, Carbon Para gets bullied too, but no one knows better. The main reason he's trying to get some time here is because he has his hand behind his back, charging an artificial move. This is going to be an easy way to win. Gohan might have a tail, but he's not here at the moment, and Goku doesn't have a tail, which means that Raditz can transform and he won't have to worry about anyone else fighting. No matter how strong Kakarot is, he won't be able to defeat a Great Ape when he can't transform into one himself. It seems like Raditz is about to back down, but before he concedes defeat, he then shows his hand, literally and figuratively. He has an artificial move charging it, and he flips it into the sky. He tells Kakarot to give him one more chance before he tries to kill him. Join the Saiyans now or die. Goku watches as Raditz transforms. He didn't know they could just do that on a whim. It must be that fearful of war. But Goku doesn't feel scared or anything. He feels excited. He finally has an opponent that actually might be able to challenge him. He'll have to gauge Raditz's power first, but he might actually have a reason to use Super Goku in the fight. With Raditz's Great Ape, he's a giant target, and he is noticeably strong. Goku does try to fight in base for a bit, but it doesn't end up working. So he has no choice but to use his troop. He thanks Raditz for the fight, but knowing that Raditz is an actual threat here, he unfortunately can't hold back any longer and enjoy this battle. He would love to fight Raditz again. Quickly, he transforms into a Super Saiyan, stunning Raditz. His hair's golden. Like, Raditz is actually frozen in place. Is this a Super Saiyan? No, there's no way. That's not Nemesis. But he doesn't know how else to explain it. And Goku can tell that he's hoping to learn more about this. Once Raditz explained that he's actually an alien, Goku thought that maybe this means that its form is because of that. And maybe it's something that Saiyans can use. There's honestly kind of worried that Raditz had it himself, but clearly he doesn't. Raditz still doesn't know what to say. And he doesn't say anything. But deep down he knows that's what it is. It's the Super Saiyan form. It's not some sort of legend, it's a transformation. Of all people, Kakarot's the one to have it. And Raditz actually is unlucky enough to face off against him. Goku quickly is able to defeat Raditz. And Raditz doesn't try to fight back here. He simply just tries to retreat. And that's for a few reasons. For one, he knows he obviously can't win here. 2, Kakarot's power could help him in the future, not only because he might be a Super Saiyan, but the fact that he's so strong as is. So even if that's not what the power is, the fact that Kakarot's that strong could really help him out against Frieza, so the best option now is to not antagonize him anymore. And on top of that, he's actually able to escape here because Goku sees that he's not as big as Raditz. Sure, Raditz is powerful, but he was able to defeat Great Ape Raditz pretty easily, and in the process, he actually did cut off Raditz's tail to ensure he won't transform. Also, to make sure he de-transforms in the first place. Because apparently, according to Raditz, that's what helps him transform. He thinks Raditz could have been more info on that. He probably would have figured that out anyways because he got his tail removed and wasn't able to transform anymore. But with Raditz explaining so much about the Saiyans and why Goku can't transform, as well as the importance of the tail, that helped Goku later on in the fight. And you might be wondering, why doesn't Goku kill Raditz here like he did before? Well, this is another thing that works in Raditz's favor. For one, since the fight went so differently, first of all, he's way weaker than Goku, so Goku's not concerned about him fighting him. 2, Raditz never actually tried to trick Goku. He was losing against Goku and then just transformed after the fight. It's not like in the main story where Goku went after his tail and then Raditz lied to him to his scene, and immediately tried to kill him after the fact. But another thing that works in his favor is that he never was able to kidnap Goku. The only person in any danger at the moment was Goku, and he wasn't even really in any danger. He was able to handle this on his own pretty easily. Raditz tells his younger brother that he's just going to leave the planet, and Goku lets him go. He knows that those other Saiyans probably will show up eventually too, but he's not too concerned. Judging by Raditz's reaction to Super Goku, he's never seen that type of power before, so that means Goku's probably way stronger than his friends as well. Even if Raditz shows up with his friends, that's not going to be a problem. And that's if he even comes back. Raditz knows that this is a losing battle, even if he brings Vegeta and Nappa back here too. Of course, they saw all this over the Scouters too, and they realized it's probably not the best idea to go to Earth right now. They're going to regroup with Raditz immediately and plan something else. Goku watches as Raditz departs, and someone else then shows up, about to shoot down the ship, but Goku stops. It's Piccolo. He was actually watching the whole time, all the way back at Kame House too, and he heard everything. But why would he let Raditz go? Is it because that guy's his brother? And Goku says no, that didn't even cross his mind. Judging by how that guy acted, that's no brother of his. But even so, that's not the reason Goku let him go. And Piccolo tells him that he does realize the other Saiyans might show up again. It might not just be Raditz next time. He doesn't know if or when they'll show up, but there's no way Raditz is just going to let that go. They definitely came here for a reason. They want Goku to join them for a reason, so they probably will be back. And Goku's not too concerned. And if the other Saiyans do show up, he'll defeat them as well. Plus, he has a ton of good friends to help. Piccolo then expects to prepare, and Goku thinks that might be a good idea. Even though he can handle himself, he needs to make sure his friends can too. Still, he's not entirely concerned about the Saiyans, but now that Piccolo mentions it, it might be worth preparing. They don't know if and when the Saiyans will come back. And for all they know, they might be stronger. Goku needs to be prepared as well. Despite him defeating Raditz so easily, weeks pass, and Raditz arrives back to one of the Frieza Force bases. He's still pretty badly injured, and the others take notice of this. Normally this isn't too big of a concern, but they don't actually know where Raditz went, and thankfully Frieza doesn't know about it. Especially with Raditz being such a low-level soldier, him leaving his post for a bit wasn't really noticed for anybody. But that's the issue. Soon enough, people are going to get suspicious, and he's going to have to explain what he was up to. Back at the base, he contacts Vegeta and Nappa, telling them they need to meet up in person. He's been careful about using the scatters this entire time too, and while he did use it on Earth, he really used it to a minimum. Since he can't be too sure about what the scatters record and who's spying on him, if someone is spying on him, he can never be too safe. And that's why Vegeta and Nappa agree to this. They do need to meet in person because it's the safest way to talk. So, they set up a meeting point. They're going to meet halfway somewhere so they can meet quick. They are still pretty far away, but thankfully, this means they only have to wait a few months to meet instead of maybe a year. Unless they were getting one of the bigger ships somehow, because right now they're just stuck with their attack balls. But that's fine. They'll make do with this. They are eventually able to meet up halfway at some other base. With Raditz giving the rundown of everything he saw. At first, Vegeta and Nappa were furious with him. They think he's useless for not being able to recruit Kakarot. But while they briefly communicated with Raditz when he was on Earth, they suddenly realized that there was a reason he lost. They would have lost too, probably. Thankfully, Raditz was smart enough to not say anything over the scatters. That's why he also didn't flat out tell Goku what he was, because he wasn't sure who was listening. So, Vegeta at least commends him for playing smart like that. Still, time is probably limited for them because of the fact that they went to Earth in the first place. Technically, Vegeta and Nappa aren't supposed to be here right now either, so next time they face Frieza, it's probably not going to be good. Same goes for Raditz too. Nappa thinks that they should all go to Earth to get Kakarot. If he really is a Super Saiyan like Raditz is claiming, then he could be the best shot they have at defeating Frieza. Especially now because they made their move and tried to recruit another Saiyan, time is limited because soon enough Frieza will be asking what went on. And even though he only briefly used the scatter on Earth, still, there might be recordings of what he was talking about. Because apparently scatters do record audio clips, so going in they knew this, and there's probably clips of him talking to Kakarot. Thankfully Frieza doesn't have a reason to look right now at me. But the thing is, he definitely could in the future. If they're lucky, the scatter might only save the logo. But there is a chance it got transmitted back to the Frieza Force base if someone was listening. And knowing how much Frieza hates the Saiyans, he probably has those scatters attached. Vegeta says they don't really have a choice. Especially if Frieza starts to ask questions, he's not stupid. If he puts two and two together, he'll know where they went and why they went. For Kakarot, they could have just told him that they needed his help to take over a planet. That's one thing, and Kakarot had no other info, so that was fine. And if he actually did go along with them, Frieza probably would have loved that. The issue is they went to Earth to find another Saiyan, and no one came back. Which will tell Frieza a few things. First of all, they were trying to recruit another Saiyan. Not a good look in the first place. Second of all, that Saiyan was too strong for them to defeat. Again, not a good look. And third, that Saiyan isn't an ally of theirs, which means he could be an enemy to the Frieza Force. These are three terrible things together, and even if they could have initially brought back a Saiyan to help them take over other planets, there still was that underlying motive of wanting to defeat Frieza eventually. All these factors together would point Frieza right in that direction and have him realize this could be the first act of a rebellion. Especially if he learns of the fact that the Saiyan might be so strong that he's potentially a Super Saiyan legend. Vegeta says to just wait for him. That's really their only option. Of course, they all talk in person, so this can all be discussed pretty openly. But people do notice other things on base. First of all, they notice that the three Saiyans are meeting up in the first place, which is weird because they're not really supposed to be here at the moment. Maybe they just happen to pass by each other, but still. There's also one person in particular noticing that Vegeta's not the base that it should be, so he decides to ask around a bit. Thankfully, he has colleagues on other bases too. It's quick. He's being a bootlicker for Frieza like usual, just to spite Vegeta. Eventually, he learns what base Vegeta's at and asks the people there to the scouter. They didn't notice anything particularly strange, but they did see that Vegeta and Nappa seem agitated and maybe frightened for some reason. Seeing Vegeta being emo isn't necessarily anything new for them, but this is different. He seems almost scared over something, and they're not really sure why. Maybe it's just a hunch, but they do tell Vegeta this. Also unsure why he's asking in the first place, but he tells him not to worry. This way he can get rid of Vegeta, and he can probably get Frieza's good side too. Imagine if something actually is happening and he's the first one to inform Frieza of this. He'll be rewarded for his excellent skills, being able to sniff this out and also being loyal to Frieza. So, getting suspicious, he decides to look into this. It turns out there's actually recordings of what happened on Earth. No one bothered to check it because no one bothered to check it on Raditz in the first place. He was such a low-level soldier on his own, and the fact that they didn't even know he left in the first place, there was no red flags raised, but now that Quee's actively looking into it just to spite the others, he finds something really interesting. First of all, Raditz left his post. Second of all, he went to this random planet to try and find somebody. It turns out that somebody, it was another Saiyan. And not just that, it's a Saiyan related to Raditz directly. This whole time there was another Saiyan out there and Raditz hid it, as well as the other two problem. Now, this wouldn't really be an issue because Raditz is a low-class Saiyan. He's the weakest of the three, and if he had a brother somewhere, he's probably even weaker. That's not the case at all. He immediately gets Frieza's to look at this. Frieza's not present on either base at the moment, but Queen's able to get in contact with Zarbon and Dodoria, and they alert Frieza too, showing him the things that Queen mentioned. There's one good thing about this. No Dragon Balls are mentioned, so there's no idea to go to Namek, or to go get the Dragon Balls in the first place on Earth. This also is initially how the Frieza Force discovered the Dragon Balls because they were spying on Vegeta and Nappa. At first, when Frieza hears that Raditz left his post, he's thinking, okay, next time he sees the Saiyans, he'll just punish them somehow. Then he learns there's another Saiyan out there who doesn't work with the other Saiyans. Okay, that's fine too. He'll get to that Saiyan eventually and kill him, but he's not a high priority because he's probably weak in the first place. But of course, Frieza is able to slowly piece it together and realize this is probably a bad attempt at rebellion. And unlike the main story where he gets something out of it by learning about the Dragon Balls, he gets nothing out of this. So the three Saiyans leaving their duties, as well as hiding this other Saiyan from him, that of course raises some alarms as this. There are very few clips and they're just audio recordings, so Frieza can't really get much out of them. But from what he can gather, he hears Raditz read out Kakarot's power at one point, when it briefly shoots him to 3,000. But then, strangely enough, Raditz decides to transform into a Grade 8. After this, he didn't have the scouter on because he was Grade 8, it didn't fit on him. So it just picked up distant audio from the battle, but he finds that weird. Transforming against Kakarot's one thing, but if its power was only 3,000, Raditz transforming into a Grade 8 should have been more than enough to defeat. It should have been overkill if anything. But Frieza tries to enhance the recordings. The scouter doesn't actually pick up any powers in this time, but he hears Raditz shouting in surprise. He then hears Raditz be transformed, and then he immediately shuts off the scanner, and he starts almost obsessing over these clips. Where are they hiding? There's more than this. And the other Saiyan couldn't have turned Grade 8 because in the clips you can actually hear Raditz talking about the fact that he has no tape. He keeps trying to analyze them, and trying to put together all the other pieces, eventually asking around to that other base where Raditz first arrived, and he seemed really bad to beat him. Maybe that Saiyan was suppressing his power like Frieza does himself. That could be a concern, but even if that's the case, there's no way he's stronger than Frieza. The thing that irks Frieza though is, what if he's suppressing his power because he's potentially a Super Saiyan? And maybe that's why Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz are acting so weird recently, and they left their post in the first place. He has no proof, but he has a slight suspicion. And his paranoia is going to drive him further. Let's go back over to Earth. Everyone is training on Kami's lookout. It's nothing too serious at the moment because mainly Piccolo is just paranoid, thinking that other Saiyan could show up and possibly be even stronger than Goku. Kami even thinks he's paranoid, especially with the fact that he's working with him. What drove him to do this in the first place? Well, to be frank, Piccolo doesn't really want to work with them, but the idea of other strong aliens out there looking to potentially take over Earth, it doesn't sit right with him. Not that he wants to defend this planet. He clarifies that this planet is his to take over. But really, this is out of self-preservation, especially with the fact that he knows how strong Goku is, and to think that there might be other Saiyans out there as strong as he is, it's a bit terrifying. Now, Goku thinks he is being a bit paranoid because he doubts that the Saiyans are that strong. Raditz seemed really taken aback by his transformation. Of course, after learning about the Saiyans, Goku realized that this transformation might be related to the Saiyans. It might not be exclusive to him. But it's strange that Raditz had no clue what it was, seemingly at least, because he didn't say anything about it, and he didn't use it himself. But still, Goku likes the idea of trading with everyone. They could all get stronger together, and it's a good opportunity to regroup with his friends once more. Plus, he did kind of let Raditz go, so if something happens, of course he'll want to play and make sure things don't go wrong. He does look forward to this too. He's sure Raditz will be back with his Saiyan friends eventually, and he wonders how strong they'll truly be. Of course, he knows nothing about Frieza too. And he doesn't realize that Raditz being alive means they probably have a huge target on their backs. Another thing to note here is that Gohan's not training with them. Seemingly there's no dire reason for him to train, and they never got to see its explosive power against Raditz. It's Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Tenshinhan, Yamcha, and Chaozu up there. Also, Yajirobe too. Although he's not really taking it seriously, the others don't know what to think, but they do take the opportunity to train. Especially with Krillin seeing it firsthand, he takes it very seriously. Ten and Chaozu probably would too, and as for Yamcha, he might not take it too serious, but he'd go along with the others. Again, Goku defeated this guy really easily, so sure, they want to be prepared if he comes back. And they do want to grow stronger to begin with too, but also they're confident in Goku's abilities. Let's go back out of space. Immediately after finding out all of this, Frieza goes to look for Raditz. Or even just Vegeta and Now. He learns of the last base they're at, and apparently they left. The Saiyans noticed that they were being accosted and watched over by Frieza's crew because Kui put some of them on alert, and then eventually Frieza himself did. But with the time it took Kui to get his info, and for Frieza to actually get it himself too, about 2 weeks passed. The Saiyans already left Earth a while ago. On top of this too, Frieza's far away from them now, thankfully, and he has other responsibilities, of course, being an emperor. So not only do they have a 2-week head start, but they have this head start from a completely different base that's also way closer to Earth. Naturally, Frieza has faster ships too. But still, there is a lot getting in his way. They have a head start. He also has to find where the planet is in the first place. And he has all his other responsibilities to take care of too. He sends some other nearby scouts to try and find the planet. Frieza might not be able to get there for a few months, and this can't really be his top priority because he has other things going on, but he's going to make his way there, especially because now he's getting a little bit concerned. He doesn't think he'll be defeated, but if he doesn't stop this right away, especially if there is a Super Saiyan there like he suspects, it could really get out of hand. A few months pass and Raditz returns back to Earth with Vegeta and Now. Of course, everyone on the lookout senses this, and they're ready to fight the Saiyans. But there's no big entrance for the Saiyans either. They don't level a city or anything, they just land in the middle of nowhere, waiting there until Kakarot eventually arrives. And of course, Goku gets there with his group soon. He welcomes Raditz back, and realizes that these other two are his friends. Just at first glance, he could tell they're probably stronger than Raditz, just by sensing their power. Raditz actually did grow a bit after healing and fighting with Goku, but still, these two are far stronger. And the short one approaches Goku. It's Vegeta. He's the prince and expects Kakarot to follow his command. But Goku said just like he told Raditz, he's not going to join him. He knows that's why they're here, and his answer's still the same. Vegeta's not too surprised, but he does have a few questions for Goku before they end up fighting each other. He actually doesn't prefer to fight here, which is strange because that's exactly what they expected. But Vegeta knows what Kakarot is. He's actually here to warn Kakarot, so they want to work with him, and it's mutually beneficial. Frieza is after them, and he also knows of this plan. So he explains who Frieza and the Frieza Force are. Goku and crew are definitely shocked to hear this, and Goku's friends mostly direct their anger at Raditz because he drew Frieza here. Frieza wouldn't have known about this planet in the first place if Raditz never came. This isn't Goku's fault at all, because even if he killed Raditz, Frieza would have still found out eventually. But because of this, Vegeta has a bargaining chip. They couldn't get Kakarot to join them, but still, Frieza now may be used as an enemy, and they want to use Kakarot's power to defeat Frieza. After that, they'll leave him alone. They know he doesn't want to join the Saiyans, and they know that they can't defeat him either. But either way, they're all on Frieza's radar, figuratively and literally. Goku doesn't take much time to think about this. He's up for it. First of all, it's kind of his only choice. It sounds like he's going to have to fight Frieza regardless, so it's better to actually have some more allies with him. Especially people who actually know about the enemy and can tell Goku more about himself. Mainly for the sake of his own power. But on top of that, he's also up for the fight. This is kind of a secondary reason, but it sounds like a good challenge for him too. If this guy turned out to be stronger than his Super Goku form, he's really going to have to train hard to defeat him. And that reminds Vegeta. He has to see that transformation, so Goku shows up. The three Saiyans have established the only work locally this time, since they don't need to communicate with anyone else. They just want to use this to read powers. And their scouters immediately stop working after Kakarot transforms. His power level shoots up to over 1 million before the scouters stop. They're simply bricked by Goku's great power. And Vegeta says no doubt, this seems like the power of a Super Saiyan. So that's what this is. The Super Saiyan of Legend. Goku's glad to finally know what this is, even though they barely know anything about it themselves. Just the name of the form. Funny enough, Goku wasn't that far off by calling it Super Goku, so he thinks that's kind of fun. Whatever lies ahead for Goku and his friends, Goku's sure that he'll be ready. He'll train to tame his power even further and grow even stronger. He always knew that this great strength would be able to help him, but he's going to be facing his first really big challenge. But they have time on their side, and now new allies. Plus, they weren't really training too seriously before. Things are about to really shift, and Goku can't wait for what's next. Hopefully it all goes well, though. Goku was pretty surprised to hear that this is actually related to him being safe. He thought so before, but he can never really confirm it, considering the fact that Raditz seemed to have no clue what it was. It does make sense, and it's nice to actually have it confirmed for now. This also does really help in another aspect too. Given the fact that this is something related to the Saiyans, well, Goku realizes that he needs the Saiyans' help for it, at least in terms of trying to get more info. Now, they don't really know much about it either, but if anything, they at least know more than Goku does, because Goku just learned of what a Super Saiyan is today. Before then, he didn't even know of the name. This at least kind of helps strengthen their alliance, but in reality, Goku has way more info about Super Saiyan than them. He has had it for a while, and he's been practicing with it for a while too. By this point in the story, given how long he's had it, he's definitely got a great form in it. Full mastery over the form. He's not as strong as he was in the Cell Saga with Grade 4, but he actually might be more experienced with Super Saiyan by now than he was then, given how long he's had. The Saiyans don't really have much info, rather than the fact that this used to be some sort of legend that he never confirmed it was real. They didn't even know if the Super Saiyan was a person, a concentrated being for a particular Saiyan, or just a regular transformation. And now that they're discussing this, Raditz asks about Goku. Has he ever trained or showcased the power of Goku's? Goku jokingly says that he's surprised to see Raditz cared about his nephew. Obviously, he does know that Raditz is only asking if he's interested in Goku's strength. And now for Bunsen too. He thinks that hybrid Saiyans have even greater potential than regular Super Saiyans. Before hearing about Goku, he thought a hybrid Saiyan would be what they needed to actually get a Super Saiyan. But it looks like that's not the case now. And now that they mention it, Piccolo's actually pretty curious too. He's there and has been listening in this whole time. Again, he's really there as an enemy of my enemy situation, but now he's just there for the info. No one's ever gotten to see Gohan's rage, and he doesn't train him, at least not as intensely as they train. So no one really knows the extent of Gohan's power. Goku has had among the basics of martial arts, but they never taught Gohan to truly fight. Also, they never thought Gohan would actually fight alongside them, because first of all, as much as Goku would love to train Gohan, Chi-Chi was kind of against it, especially right now. And not to mention, the current things that they're setting out to do, Goku feels like it's a little bit too much for Gohan, considering he's still a kid. Now, maybe later on he'd be capable of this type of stuff, and Goku does wonder if Gohan will be able to become a Super Saiyan eventually as well. Of course, he's confident in his son and thinks that maybe in the future he'll be pretty strong, but since the fight with Raditz went so differently, they've never seen Gohan's true strength. Goku has seen him do weird things here and there, but for the most part, he's never overtly seen anything that's made him think that Gohan's actually really strong. Vegeta was kind of hoping for that too. It seems like the kid hasn't had any opportunity to show his true potential yet, if there actually is any true potential yet. But as it is now, his power level is probably way too low for him. So he's more focused on Kakarot's power because they can actually see it firsthand. They can see he's a Super Saiyan, and he has such great power and control with it too. This is really good because it means that they might be able to become Super Saiyans as well. Since Super Saiyan appears to be a transformation, one utilized by a low-class Saiyan no less, that means they all should be able to use it as well, especially Raditz because he's related to Goku, so if Goku has the opportunity to do this, then Raditz should be able to. He's the most genetically similar to Goku. As for Vegeta and Nappa, their higher classes and their higher power, well, makes them confident that they'd be able to do it eventually too. Although Vegeta's still really surprised to see that a low-class Saiyan was able to get this strong, and seeing that he was surpassed by a low-class Saiyan too. It's such a strange thing. He's not the strongest Saiyan at the moment, and even disregarding Super Saiyan, Goku's just stronger than him as in. Vegeta has a lot of mind from this, but most importantly, he knows now that he wants to become a Super Saiyan, and he's going to do anything in his power to do so. Not to mention, they kind of need to have it to defeat Frieza. Goku is really strong as is, but they don't know if it's going to be enough to fight Frieza because they don't know the true extent of his power. And on top of that, they'd love to be able to fight themselves as well. But there's a pretty big issue. They might be short on time. Frieza's definitely going to be coming to Earth soon, and they don't know when. It could be within a few weeks, it could be within a few months, it could be a few years. They don't know for sure. Well, if they really are short on time, Goku does have a few ideas of what to do. Mainly, the room of Spirit of Time. It's a place where they can get a year's worth of training within a day. Normal people can't usually withstand it, but these Saiyans seem pretty tough, so maybe they should be able to withstand it. Besides, they don't even need to be in there for the full year. If the Saiyans can't handle it, they can at least test it out for a month or so. Vegeta also mentions Earth's gravity is way too weak. It's going to make their training go slow. Krillin wonders if Bull was able to do something about that. All the Saiyans then look at him because this is the first time he talks, and Krillin gets kind of scared. Now, he's really going to have to push Bull and make something because these Saiyans expect everything. They shouldn't have talked. These guys are way too intimidating. But Goku says that's a great idea. He never even considered that and thinks Krillin's onto something here. Of course, they will need Bulma's help and they don't know if she can even do something like this. But he tells Krillin that's an amazing idea. He'd love to try that as well. Rapid training sounds awesome. The Saiyans are brought to the lookout and they do some brief training there. The rest of the group, of course, still isn't too trusting of the Saiyans, but thankfully, Goku's there so no matter what, they're going to be able to stop the Saiyans. Strangely enough, Kami then gets contact by someone. It's Kid Kai. He's surprised that Kid Kai's reaching out to him, but Kid Kai mentions that Frieza's on his way there. And he is pretty worried. Thankfully, he knows nothing of the Dragon Balls here. But King Kai sees an opportunity. This could be a chance to stop Frieza, and that would be beneficial for everybody in the galaxy. So, he wants to help out however little he can. He says he'd be willing to take on a student. Well, besides anyone in Vegeta's crew. Of course, Goku's the best pick for this, but Kami says Goku probably shouldn't leave because he's the best insurance they have against the Saiyans. If Goku's gone, who knows what the Saiyans will be up to. They're only allies here because they have a common enemy. For all he knows, they could try and kill everyone and take over everything, so they can't really have Goku leave them alone. He basically has to babysit. But Kami has a few other choices. They're pretty strong and show a lot of promise. Krillin, Tenshinhan, and Piccolo. King Kai is honestly not too sure. Mainly about Piccolo, because Piccolo's still kind of a bad guy. Kind of like the Saiyans, he's mainly working with them just because they all have a common enemy. But Kami thinks this would be a perfect opportunity for Piccolo to grow further. Not just in power, but in terms of his mind. He's noticed very slightly Piccolo's starting to soften up. He's not as evil as King Piccolo, nor is he as evil as he was before. This is a crucial moment in his life and a turning point. Not to mention, he's a strong warrior as is, who's very motivated, and shows a lot of promise. Kami tells all of them against therapy. Krillin can shut on accept because this is a great chance to help defend Earth and to grow stronger. Ten especially wants to do this because he wants to see if he can catch up to Goku eventually. Piccolo reluctantly agrees to it, especially because of the prospect that he can grow stronger. Kenkai is intrigued to see how these three will be those students. Yamcha and Chato are still in Kami's lookout training as well. Kami's going to continue working with them, but he feels that these three are more than ready to go there. Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa eventually enter into the spirit of time together. They only stay for a few months to just get the hang of it. At first, it actually is really tough for them, especially with the further they go into it. They start having bigger trouble handling it. And if this goes well, they'll probably go back in later, maybe next time with Kakarot too. They do grow considerably stronger and leave after a few months of training there. Another big purpose for this was to actually get them strong enough to train with Goku. Before Goku overpowered them so much that training with them would kind of hold them back, particularly Raditz and Nappa. And Goku kind of hoped they grow more in the time chamber, but he thinks that maybe it's the way they train. He's going to have to take it upon himself to train them. And honestly, the Saiyans kind of hate this. The fact that they have to stoop to get Kakarot's help and having him be a de facto master for them, it's irritating and embarrassing, but they do know it will help them grow stronger, and that's what they need right now. Plus, he is the Super Saiyan. How else would they become Super Saiyans if they don't train with him? Frieza, of course, isn't going to get to Earth just yet, but for some of his soldiers, they are actually pretty close by, and they go there immediately. Raditz, Vegeta, and Nappa are sent down to the surface to fight them. With Goku watching on, he'll join them if they need help, but he doubts they'll need it. This will be a good way for Goku to see how they fight, because he gets to see them in action, in a real fight for once. It's a couple dozen Frieza Force soldiers. Most aren't really that strong, but there are a few who are power levels in the 5 digits. And Goku's pretty impressed with how the Saiyans fight. They're able to defeat all the Frieza Force soldiers, and they don't even need a turn rating. Before, Raditz and Nappa definitely would have. They even want to compare their power levels at the moment, but Goku says not to rely on them. He relies on second key first of all, and second of all, basing their power off numbers isn't always going to be reliable. That's why Raditz initially thought Goku was way weaker when he first came to Earth. He can see how truly differently these Saiyans think. They're clearly very battle-smart, especially Vegeta. And Goku knew the Saiyans are very different from him, but he sees that they have completely different philosophies in terms of battle. Their styles of combat are completely different too. They fight so differently, and for different goals. Well, at least one thing they have in common is the fact that they all enjoy that. So, that's one aspect they share. Meanwhile, training begins on King Kai's planet. King Kai's not sure how much time they have here, but maybe he will have enough time before Frieza arrives to teach them. But he can tell Piccolo's going to be kind of a problem. Not in terms of raw power. He's actually the first one to adjust to the gravity. But in terms of swallowing his pride and training under King Kai. Piccolo's never had a master before. He's been his own master. He's molded his own life and learned his own techniques. Everything he's done is self-taught. But King Kai tells him that might actually be holding him back. King Kai can see the drive that Krillin and Tenshin have. But he asks Piccolo, why does he truly want to grow? He knows that he wants to defeat Goku one day, but beyond that, there's something more to it, isn't there? It is related to Piccolo not being able to beat Goku. He never was able to beat Goku before. He never even came close. In the World Tournament, he got completely embarrassed. Not to mention, Goku was pulled back there just so he could have some sort of fight. At first, Piccolo's motive for wanting to beat Goku was vengeance. But over those 5 years, thinking to himself in solitude, and training to become stronger than before, he came to realize that he also felt insufficient. He felt weak. He feels like he's destined to do more. Goku represents all of his shortcomings. His pride has been shattered multiple times just by thinking about this and watching Goku fight. And King Kai can see what he means. And if you tell Piccolo's genuine about this, he can still tell that Piccolo has evil intentions and isn't really a good guy all around right now. But still, that's all suppressed. Slowly over time, Piccolo's been growing more and more into actually wanting to be a real warrior. Years ago, he just wanted to get revenge and take over Earth. But now, he's focused more on self-improvement for his own sake, and not just to dominate the planet and kill all his enemies. He shows Piccolo that he has the potential to grow to. But if he truly wants to be a rival to Goku, he's going to have to change the way he thinks. He's going to have to change his heart. As for the other two, he doesn't doubt that they'll be able to do this. But the thing is, Piccolo will probably have an issue with this. He does have a really good technique, his ultimate move that he created. He knows Piccolo's never going to be a purely good person, and it's really tough to make anyone mad in the first place. And maybe this can work without him even being fully good. But he gives Piccolo this as a goal. Try and work towards being able to use this technique. He'll need to rework himself completely. And even if he can't learn this ultimate move, he can learn some other things. Piccolo begins his training with the others. Honestly, King Kai doubts he'll be able to ever do the Spirit Bomb. Unless Piccolo somehow works around it and creates his own method of doing it, because he's still going to have evil in his heart. But King Kai told him all this because it could be a really good motivator. And who knows, one day he may actually be able to pull it off. In the meantime, at the very least, he could work with Fire King. Piccolo promises to himself that he's going to catch up to Goku with beef. Tenshin and Krillin kind of have the same motives as well. All part of a friendly rivalry, of course. And even Piccolo to some extent. It's not out of sheer hatred, it's just I don't want to better himself. Back in Earth, Goku continues training with the Saiyans. They do interest Goku, but amidst all of this, he wonders, how strong would his friend feel in Tenkai's planet? How strong is Piccolo grown? Given how much better he knows Piccolo now, he wouldn't even be able to call him a friend eventually, if not already. He can tell one of those three is going to be a great rival for him, too. He can tell these Saiyans probably won't stay long. This might be a temporary one. They will be out there, and you'll be able to fight them eventually, too. And they have a lot of potential to grow strong. But he's more interested in the people who are here already, who might be able to learn things that he doesn't even know yet. He can't wait to see what they're able to accomplish. The Saiyans briefly go back into the sphere of time, this time with Goku. They're able to handle it much better, and they push through it. What kind of Saiyans are they that can handle this type of intense strain? This is what's going to make them a Super Saiyan in their eyes. Vegeta especially is pushing himself hard. A low-class warrior surpassing him, that doesn't sit right with him. As the prince, he's got to be as strong as possible. Not just to prove himself to the others as being the strongest, but also to prove it to himself. This is a necessity for him. No matter what it takes, he's going to become a Super Saiyan, and he's going to be able to defeat Frieza. Goku could definitely see their draw. And still, it's so strange for him to see how different these Saiyans are. All the while, Frieza gets ever so close to her. He wished they knew before so they didn't waste time, and he wishes that they could just head there directly. But again, he still has other responsibilities to take care of. Besides, whatever's awaiting him on Earth, it's not going to be able to stand up against it. A Saiyan revolt, even if one of them is a Super Saiyan or something, or even if all of them are Super Saiyans, it's not going to be. He will win. He is going for vengeance. No matter what, he's going to come out on the top victorious. The group has a few extra months to train, and then Frieza actually comes to Earth, finally having made his way here. The group on King Kai's planet comes back, and they're able to make it back pretty quickly, just in time, in fact. They've gotten way stronger with King Kai and have picked up on a few techniques. Notably Kaioken, which Piccolo can use the best thanks to his regeneration. But Ten and Krillin can use it pretty well, too. Goku can tell these three have grown strong, and he's pretty glad to see it, especially given his history with them and the fact that they're all his rivals. Notably Piccolo's demeanor has changed a bit, in the sense that he seems more warmed up to being around. That's probably the greatest part of Goku. There's a big crew waiting for Frieza. There's Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa. Yamcha and Chato have been with Kami, and they're here too. Joined by Piccolo, Tenshinhan, and Krillin, who are with King Kai. Goku's excited to see how strong this guy is, but also, he doesn't need to focus on actually keeping everything safe, considering everything he learned from the Saiyans during his time with them. The first thing they face is a wave of a bunch of soldiers. No one particularly strong, though, and they're defeated pretty easily. Followed by 5 individual ships around. Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa immediately notice who it is, the Ginyu Force. Nappa thinks they can handle this, and Vegeta tells Goku to not get in the way here. This is their battle. At least, with an incredibly strong power. It's not Frieza either, it's King Cold. Well, Vegeta didn't really expect this, but it makes sense that Frieza brought out all the big guns, especially if he expects a Super Saiyan here. Looks like he's really scared. Change of plans then. They'll be fighting King Cold. Vegeta tells the Z fighters they can take out the Ginyu Force, but just watch out for their abilities. He's sure they can handle them. And it's perfect too because it's 5v5. One final ship arrives, with Frieza himself stepping off. It seems his hunch was right. Vegeta and his crew have come here for some reason, but it's been made very clear by the fact that Goku's also there, so there's another Saiyan. Why would they come all the way here for him? Especially because he looks to be a low-class warrior. And Frieza even notes that he looks somewhat familiar to another low-class Saiyan he saw before, but he can't quite put his finger on it at first. And then it hits him. Ah, it's the one who rebelled against him. Is it a coincidence, or are the two related? No matter though, because that comforts him. There's no way that guy can be a Super Saiyan. He remembers defeating that other low-class warrior so easily. He died alongside Planet Vegeta. So maybe there is no Super Saiyan. Maybe they just came here to start some sort of weird rebellion with another Saiyan on their side. Although, it's not going to be that easy. But Vegeta goes up to Frieza and says he has something to show him. He, Raditz, and Nappa are then surrounded by a golden orb. In unison, they power up, showing their brand new transformation, Super Saiyan. Obtaining this form of fuel, but thanks to Pac-Man, they were finally able to achieve it. Naturally, Frieza's mortified, and even King Cold's a bit scared too. He knows Frieza was terrified of this the whole time, but he didn't expect these three to have it. Although he's not too concerned. He feels he can take these three. Frieza's about to join him, but Goku then calls out to Frieza. He's not fighting them. Frieza's gonna fight him. Frieza's confused at first because he should be fighting the Super Saiyans. Why would he fight this random low-class warrior? And on top of that, who is he to order Frieza? Well, he's the guy who's gonna defeat Frieza. He heard Frieza was the strongest in the universe, and Goku's the strongest here on Earth. Frieza laughs this off at first, but then he realizes this guy might actually be a Super Saiyan. And he gets serious asking Goku to show it off. Goku says he will, in time. He wants to see what Frieza's made of first, though. And he gives Frieza a challenge. Push him into using Super Saiyan. Of course, Frieza takes huge offense to this. This fool's underestimating his power. It's all a bluff. Why is he not transformed either? But he watches on the fight between King Cold and the three other Saiyans, and he's actually holding his own for it, which makes Frieza not as worried. He's stronger than King Cold, and his father's fighting three Super Saiyans at once, so Frieza's not too terrified. He was briefly taken aback by the form, but now he's recollected himself. He'll entertain this Saiyan for a bit before killing the others. First form Frieza begins fighting Goku and Goku completely dogwalks him, Is that his true power? He asks Frieza if he has some sort of power hidden away because this isn't really doing it for him, which eventually pushes Frieza to his final form. And now Goku's happy. That's more like. But he can still kind of tell that Frieza's holding back and all. So until Frieza stops holding back, he's going to be holding back too. He doesn't need his full strength. Frieza's only at 50% power right now, which is incredible that Goku made it just that quickly. The others are taking it back sensing his power. But Goku's fighting him pretty easily in base. They're probably going to win here. As the Ginyu Force faces this.
Creation gets destroyed.
Z fighters, it's not really a good matchup for them. First of all, they're overpowered, and second of all, they're outcooked. Krillin's easily able to see how they fight together. Ken and Chaozu fight Jason Bird. Yamcha fights Golden. Krillin fights Cocoon, and Piccolo fights Giga. Goldo's the biggest threat thanks to his time-stopping ability, but the first time he does it, Yamcha's able to figure out a way around. Try and finish it in one shot while time isn't stopped, which is easier said than done until Krillin joins, having won his fight pretty easily. With the super top of Krillin, Goldo succeeds. That's when you get bummed because Yamcha doesn't play on the game, but given the side ability, probably better than him. Goldo's clearly the best at time that skill. The rest of the game forces is really easily too. Although, as Piccolo wins his fight, Raccoon then somehow gets back up and goes to attack Piccolo. Of course, this is no trouble for him, and he's not even using his full power. But thanks to the distraction, Krillin gets back up. But before he gets to finish, a few attacks on Goku. Goku thinks so. He would have liked to handle that himself, but it's not going to take him long. Goku tries to help the other Saiyans. Even with the three Super Saiyans, fighting King Cold is still pretty tough. They overpower him collectively, but individually, none of them actually overpowers him. So King Cold is kind of able to hold his own by just focusing on one person at a time, but he's fighting a losing battle, and he kind of knows that too. And once the rest of the Z fighters jumped in, it's a pretty easy battle. Although the Saiyans aren't too happy because they want to defeat King Cold themselves. But it's much better to do it this way. While all those fights were going on, Goku's fight with Frieza of course continued too. And after seeing Frieza's final form, Goku tells Frieza that if he arrived a few years earlier, he might have won, even against Super Saiyan. Frieza says it's still waiting to see that Super Saiyan form. It's starting to sound like a bluff that Goku's not actually using. Goku says he'll get to see it when Frieza uses his full strength at it. But even if Frieza showed up earlier and overpowered him significantly, Goku sure would have found a way to go. Ever since the Saiyans came to Earth, Goku's learned a lot about himself and how he grows as a warrior. He thought he knew everything there was to be a martial artist, but he didn't know anything about being Saiyan. Not that particularly interested, just the abilities of a Saiyan ran. The fact that he grows after battle, the fact that he can transform, the fact that by blood he's not on Earth. But you know what? If Frieza's not going to show his full power, Goku will. He's hoping to coax Frieza into it. He was hoping this would be a more interesting battle. But instantly he transforms into Super Saiyan. And he lets Frieza have the secret. His level of Super Saiyan is way better than the other Saiyans over there. He's completely mastered the form. A while ago, actually. He's tamed it to being 100% efficient. He can use it as easily as breathing. He walks closer to Frieza as he tells him all this. With Frieza mortified, stepping back in view. Goku's not even trying to scare him. He's just info dumping about the form. It's all very interesting to him. He tells Frieza to give him one last chance to show his full power, asking him to at least not make this form. Frieza quickly jumps in the air, charging a death ball and throwing it right down on the planet, trying to blow it up. He knows he's not going to win. Especially after Goku vanishes, catches the death ball, and then just dissolves it in his hand. Effortlessly, in fact. It makes Goku wonder to himself. Maybe he's grown too strong for his own good. Even when he was handicapping himself in this fight, he still was ahead of Frieza. He must have thrown a lot over that. The time chamber probably helped with that too. But Frieza starts powering up, actually showing his full strength. This is right around the time when everyone else finishes their battle. And of course they're all distracted seeing Frieza power up. But Goku stands there completely unfazed, watching on in excitement, only to be disappointed when he sees that Frieza only grew about 2 times stronger. He was at half power before, and now at 100%, he's definitely stronger, but still not at Goku's level. But since Frieza was nice enough to actually show his full power, Goku will show his too. Frieza's stomach drops. Was he not at full power? Even if he did fight Super Saiyan Goku, he would have lost, easily in fact. But Goku's just doing this as a courtesy. He starts to charge too. His hair spikes up further, and sparks of electricity appear around him too. The transformation completes, and he tells Frieza this is his actual full power. Simply put, he can call this Super Saiyan 2. Frieza tries attacking, and Goku doesn't even fight back. He just either dodges all the attacks effortlessly, or he takes them head on with no damage. You know, for the strongest in the universe, he hoped for more. Frieza, of course, started to get desperate, and once more tries to blow up the planet, but Goku says it's not going to work. Well, it would, if he actually could blow up the planet, but Goku's not going to let it happen on this. He even gives Frieza a chance to leave. Come back when he's strong. But Frieza's angered beyond belief. He's not going to let this go. Well, Goku at least gave him a chance. But Frieza ends up dying to Super Saiyan 2 Goku with a single attack. Goku should have held himself back just to have a little fun in that battle, but he did promise Frieza to show his full strength and Frieza showed his. He didn't want to break that promise. This whole thing just leaves everyone stumped. First of all, Yamcha feels like he's been left behind, seeing how strong Krillin and Ten are. Chaozu doesn't feel the same way, he's just glad to see that Ten's growing so strong. But of King Kai's students, Piccolo's definitely the most impressive. Krillin and Ten actually did use Kaioken a bit in their battles, but not a lot. They didn't really need it, but they used it to outspeed their opponents at points. But Piccolo didn't even use it at all. He just fought with his base power the entire time. Everyone grew so strong over this time period, and Goku congratulates them all. They didn't need it. They wanted to do their own strength. Well, yeah, they did need it. They say without Goku's power, they wouldn't have been able to win it. But Goku begs to differ. They've all grown strong in their own ways, and with their collective power, they probably could have defeated Frieza, especially due to Frieza's demeanor. He's way too cocky for his own good. Had Goku not actually been here, Frieza's cockiness definitely would have been the end of him, especially against the other fighters that probably would have wanted to finish it quicker. He did help some of them grow strong, but at the end of the day, it is their own strength. Following this, the Saiyans actually stick around for it. Thanks to how long they've been on Earth, they're kind of accustomed to it right now, and they don't really have anywhere else to go. And Goku kind of looks forward to getting to know them more. They're definitely still very cold and not very Earthen-like, but they're really strong warriors, and Goku has learned a lot more about them. They're still not entirely likable, but soon enough they will be. And Goku's pretty excited at the prospect of having a brother, as weird as the whole circumstance is. Thankfully, with how different Raditz' introduction went, Goku doesn't actually hate him. Of course, Goku tests on the power of his friends. He's glad to see how strong Krillin's grown, save for Ten and Piccolo. The latter two being rivals to him, and Krillin, of course, being his best friend and rival. Of course, they're not on his level because Goku's just so far ahead of everybody, but he's amazed at how strong they've been. He didn't mean to leave them behind like that, but soon enough they will catch up to him. At least that's what Piccolo thinks, and Goku looks forward to that day. Piccolo specifically has grown a bunch of reward, and here the rivalry is flourishing. It seems that Piccolo actually will stay as Goku's main rival here, but he does wonder about the Saiyans, although they kind of keep it to themselves. One day at Goku's house, there's a knock at the door. It's Vegeta, but something looks a little bit different about him, almost as if he's a bit older. Not that he really shows age, but Goku can tell something's different about him, just his demeanor and everything. He hands Goku some fire, telling him to take this what he's saying. Of course, this just leaves Goku confused. Why is Vegeta giving him random medicine? And Vegeta still can't believe Bulma had to do this, but it makes sense, although it is really awkward for him. But he explains further. As much as he wants to call Kakarot an idiot here, he can't because there's no way he knows. He's not the Vegeta that Kakarot knows. He's from the future. This is future Vegeta, and he explains why he's here and how he's here. In the future, Goku ended up dying of the heart virus, and the androids attacked. This time it did go a little bit better, but still, not good. With Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz around, the androids were barely defeated. But it wasn't right away, and it did take a lot of time. Even some of the stronger warriors like Piccolo and Krillin didn't make it. Only a few people survived. Vegeta, Raditz, and Tenshin, as well as Vegeta's son Trunks, who he doesn't mention here because he's not born. He even says that Raditz might have made it if Nappa didn't sacrifice himself, which surprises Goku a lot. The Saiyans giving up their lives for each other? They really must have changed in the future. Well, he asks about his fate. Vegeta doesn't really know how to tell him, so he just flat says, Gohan did not make it. At one point when they were attacked, Gohan had a weird outburst of rage that they've never really seen before. It made him jump into battle, and it did make him a lot stronger too, but he couldn't do anything against the androids. This was earlier on too. He simply didn't know how to fight for himself. Chi-Chi and Noxing are still alive, and so is Bulma. She was the one who made the time machine. He gives Goku all the info he needs. They did win after all, but it took years and cost them everything. Hopefully this reverts everything. And Vegeta says he can tell the others because Vegeta obviously doesn't need to hide his identity here. But he tells Goku one more thing, and it's almost like he says it with a sense of regret. He tells Goku to give the Saiyans time to adjust. This Vegeta has grown much more into an Earthman right now, and he knows how they used to be. He also realizes he's blessed. He's one of the few survivors of the androids, and he has Bulma and Trunks. He has a family. But even though the Saiyans seem alien right now, in time they will be affected by this planet. Goku isn't too sure why he says this, almost as if Vegeta regrets not knowing Goku, or his others would say that. He still does have Raditz, but by the time Vegeta actually started to grow connections with people, Kakarot and Nappa were longer. Vegeta also says he will return soon enough to make sure everyone went okay. Although he does wonder if Kakarot's going to try to destroy the androids beforehand, or let them come and fight him later. He assumes the latter, but it won't be a problem. Although the androids in his timeline were really strong, they were based on some data from Goku. But Goku never flaunted his full power too much, so Jiro didn't really have too much to work with either. Thankfully, this held the androids back from being too strong, but maybe that'll change here because he's going to have more data. Not to mention the fact that Vegeta has sent his Super Saiyan as well. And hearing of everyone that died, Goku of course takes this very serious. And he thanks Vegeta. He'll take everything he said to heart. But before Vegeta leaves, he wants to spar a bit. So the two go outside and get ready to fight. Vegeta of course won't turn instead. But the second Vegeta powers up, somebody else arrives in the area. The present Vegeta. He sends Kakarot's power and, strangely enough, his own. And the second he sees the spitting image of himself, he's immediately confused. What the hell's going on here? President Vegeta immediately has a ton of questions. I mean, he's looking at himself. Of course he's going to have these questions. He doesn't even know what to think. The only reason he doesn't immediately attack him is because Goku doesn't seem to care. And Goku tries to get him to calm down, with future Vegeta then explaining who he is. That kind of pisses Vegeta off, though. Did his future self plan on not running into him at all? Actually, yeah, it would have caused a lot more problems. He was going to return eventually anyways, but he didn't really want to stay here too long. And he knew if he saw himself, he'd have to stay here a little bit longer than normal. But Vegeta tells his future self he already knows what he's going to ask for. He wants to spar, and it's not going to take too long. So the two get ready for a battle, with Vegeta instantly turning Super Saiyan, and future Vegeta not transforming right away. Vegeta's going to have to push him into transforming, isn't he? He's a bit angered at first, but then again, this is him from years in the future. It's only natural that he's grown far strong. Future Vegeta is able to fight his past self off the base, eventually then showing off Super Saiyan and finishing the battle this way. This isn't unexpected for him either. He knows how strong his past self was at this point in time. Nothing has changed yet, so there's nothing really too interesting. And you know what? Vegeta's glad that he lost. Normally he wouldn't like this, but that's his future self. He expects his future self to be that much stronger, so this is good. This makes it happen. But now for the true fight. Future Vegeta versus Goku. Future Vegeta spent a bunch of time trying to surpass Goku. He was always at a level that Vegeta just couldn't seem to reach. He's been waiting for this. The opportunity to fight Kakarot once more. He tells Goku to hold nothing back, and Goku didn't plan on that anyways. He wonders how all those years of experience and training have treated Vegeta. Then again, the android did set Vegeta back. But still, after they were defeated, he had all those extra years. So Goku's curious to see what level he's at now. The two transform into Super Saiyan 2. Goku's not too surprised. He expected Vegeta to already have that. Currently, Goku is working to go beyond it himself. And he wonders where Vegeta's aspirations lie. The battle is surprisingly really close, and present Vegeta watches on amazed. The rest of Goku's family then comes out of the house too, because Chi-Chi felt all the commotion. With Oxkay and Gohan interested to watch what's happening. And Goku can't believe it. This is the first time in a while that he's felt a true challenge like this. After all these years, finally someone's able to push him. The tables have turned for once. Instead of Goku having a crazy head start on everyone, well, now with Future Vegeta here, he has a crazy head start on everyone this time. Naturally, due to him being so far in the future. It balances it out with Goku. And despite all those extra years, it's not an easy battle for Vegeta. But he's glad to see how much he's grown personally, especially with the fact that he ends up winning this battle. But only by a slight margin. Kakarot still is incredibly powerful. He didn't realize how far ahead Kakarot truly was. This is the first time he got to see his full power, and the first time he got to beat Kakarot. Although he's not too sure how to feel about this because while he is stronger and he did win this fight, he's had much more time to grow, so this victory isn't too big of an ego boost. The fact that Kakarot is still a challenge to him is insane. But Goku commends it's the first time someone's gotten that excited in a fight, at least the first time in a long while. It at least lets him know that there's still challenges out there and he hasn't reached his ceiling. President Vegeta just watches on not knowing what to think, as future Vegeta ends the league. And Vegeta vows that he will surpass both. Not just Kakarot, but his future self too. Everyone trains in preparation for the androids because they don't really know what to expect. Goku thinks that if future Vegeta was able to defeat the androids, then he should be able to as well. Although he's not too sure how strong they really are and how easy it will be. Of course, he's not going to get cocky over it. Keep in mind, the android in the scenario will be stronger than normal, based on all the great data they have on Goku because he got stronger so much earlier on. And it still was a tough fight for the future crew. They had Vegeta, Raditz, and Shinhan and Trunks. Vegeta and Raditz have gone beyond Super Saiyan. And Ten's really strong as is, thanks to his King Kaishiro. But in the present timeline, they know to expect a threat, and Goku will be here. And over this period of training, Goku actually tries to train Gohan for it. Of course, he's way far behind because all he knows right now is the basics. Goku has shown him some things here and there, but Gohan hasn't really trained too much at all in this area. And he's not really too up for it either. But he did hear what Future Vegeta was saying, and he did see that fight that went on. Considering Future Vegeta came to his house and said that, he overheard the part where he ended up dying in the future because he never actually learned to fight. Part of him does wonder if he can't help, but he feels like it's already too late. But hey, worst case scenario, he spends some time with Goku. Although he still doesn't really feel like his power will help, if at all. Not that they would know either. But Goku wonders why Vegeta would even say that. The other three Saiyans have always thought that Gohan would have greater potential due to him being a hybrid Saiyan, but Vegeta almost spoke as if he saw that happen firsthand. But that doesn't make sense. He said Gohan didn't fight. How would he know that a hybrid Saiyan can actually grow that strong? And Goku also wonders. Maybe it's because he became a Super Saiyan so early on. What about Gohan? Could he do that at the same age? Maybe he could do it even earlier than Goku was able to. Hopefully without the same type of trick. We then arrived to the point where the androids are supposed to show up, with androids 19 and 20 arriving in one of the cities. By now, Goku already has suffered the effects of the heart virus due to his intense training and the fact that he's been using Super Saiyan 2 so much. It actually brought him the symptoms way earlier on. He doesn't know when it happened for future Goku, but at least for him, it happened not too long after Vegeta showed up. Probably due to all the intense training, but still, he can't be too sure. At the very least, he's cured from it, so there's no point in worrying about it. He's had a bunch of great training too, and all the other people have as well. He beat the heart virus, and now he has to beat the androids. While looking around the city, Piccolo is the first to stumble upon Android 19. With others sensing him fighting somebody, but they can't feel the power from the other person. So they immediately rush over and see him fighting Android 19. But by the time they're there, Piccolo's already won his battle. That guy definitely wasn't an easy opponent to fight. And there's another android around, so he wonders if that guy's even stronger. And he also warns them. This guy was able to absorb his energy, at least somewhat. Thankfully, the android seemed pretty surprised by Kaioken, and by quickly jumping into Kaioken times 20, he was able to break free from the android, target both of his arms and cut them off, and then defeat the android. Krillin and 10 look on with amazement. Kaioken times 20? They're barely pushing times 5. Piccolo's using Kaioken so easily. Amidst their training, they saw this too. He can actually go even farther beyond times 20. That's him holding back. And across the city, Goku encounters Android 1, who is pretty powerful, and the energy absorption catches him off guard, but Goku's still way stronger than him. Jiro didn't realize how strong Goku's going to be. He didn't have enough time to ascend Super Saiyan 2, but he knows he's going to get there soon enough. And either way, Super Saiyan 2 should be more than enough, with Android 20 being defeated next. So, is that all? Those two were tough opponents, but they expected more. It's probably a good thing. But they're going to wait around here a little bit more because Vegeta's supposed to arrive at any moment. And eventually Vegeta does arrive back in the past. He has one other person that came along with him, a very unfamiliar face that they don't recognize. Future Vegeta says he couldn't give away this info before, but the person that came along with him, it's his son, Trunks. When Raditz, Nappa, and President Vegeta arrived at the scene as well, Vegeta could instantly tell. Well, it makes sense that he didn't hear about that before. Over that brief time skip, he ended up having a kid with Bulma. And Goku finally sees what Future Vegeta meant. The whole reason he knows about Hyper Saiyan's potential is because he saw it through Trunks. But he just couldn't tell Goku at the time. Okay, that makes sense to me. Vegeta would have brought the others along, but they're only here for a brief moment. They just wanted to make sure everything went okay, and he brought someone extra just in case they needed help, but the time machine can only fit 2 of them after all. Raditz and Ten stayed behind with the future. Raditz is a bit bummed out because he wanted to fight his future self, but they're all focused on the issue at hand, the androids. Vegeta's glad to hear that they were defeated, but the more they talk about the androids, the more he comes to realize that those aren't the 2 he encountered. The ones from his timeline were androids 17 and 8. A guy and a girl, twins. It sounded like they fought an old man and a completely artificial android. The ones they were fighting were actual cyborgs. They were part human. So they definitely fought different androids, which worries future Vegeta because that means there's more androids. Although the other 2 haven't shown up. 17 and 18 are nowhere to be seen. The next best option is to try and find the lab where they remained. Goku does note something interesting, and it seems like that android that he fought, he had a personal grudge against Goku. And it seemed like he was commanding the other one. But it doesn't recognize the guy. It was just some old dude with a mustache. But he was definitely part human. So they can at least work with that, and even Bulma gets there. Which is also interesting for her because, first of all, she gets to see the future version of Vegeta and Trunks, and also the creation that her future self made, the time machine. She really is great, isn't she? But anyways, hearing about this info, she puts 2 and 2 together and realizes someone with a personal grudge against Goku who was with the Red Ribbon androids. That might be the guy who created it, which means he's a Red Ribbon scientist, most likely. They can't piece it together right away, but eventually, she's able to find out that it might be Dr. Gero. And then once Goku sees a picture of him, yeah, that definitely is the guy. Now it's time to actually try and find his lab, which is easier said than done. Bulma really thinks they should have just done this when Vegeta first came to the past time. They could have asked for Shenron to prevent the androids from even coming here. But Vegeta expected it to go this way. He knows it wouldn't happen like this. They're able to retrieve some of the parts from the destroyed Android Knight. Thankfully, Piccolo didn't completely destroy it. And from what they could salvage, there's some sort of tracker that allows them to find the main base, making it a lot easier for them. Bulma comes along to the lab with them, and they see that everything's completely intact. Vegeta and Trunks see the androids in their pods, and they confirm that those are the 2 who caused havoc in their time. Thankfully, they haven't been awakened yet. But as Bulma looks around at the blueprints for everything, she comes to see that those 2 are actually humans. Just like Vegeta and Trunks said, they're modified humans who were kidnapped by Dr. Gero. This happened against their will. All the other androids are completely artificial, and apparently failed projects. But those 2 at least, she wonders if she could save them. She'd feel kind of bad just completely obliterated. Yeah, they're evil in the future timeline, but here they haven't done anything yet. And yeah, that is true. Also, they had no say in this. Jerome kidnapped them and turned them into androids. From what she could see, they were programmed to be this way. She at least wants to try and fix it and do some sort of good here. Vegeta and Trunks aren't really too sure, but they go along with it because they obviously trust Bulma's judgment. Krillin even agrees with this too, and Goku thinks the reasoning behind it is good. It would be kind of bad to just blow them up with everything else. But as for the rest of the lab, it's probably best to destroy them. But before they do that, Bulma tells them something else. She found some weird set of blueprints that she can't find an actual project for. They look around and eventually find a secret entrance. There's another level to the lab with some sort of computer thing. Another project of Jerome's. Cell. Well, it's a good thing they found this too because this is clearly a threat as well. Bolo, of course, is glad to take all the info for herself because this is some great research. But now that they know everything, it's time to destroy the lab completely. So they all go outside as Goku goes up in the air. He aims a blast below, and it completely incinerates the area, destroying every bit of the lab. Besides 17 and 18, all of Joe's projects are wiped off. Although they do wonder about that cell thing, because future Vegeta and Trunks never encountered an android called Cell. Lola begins work on Android 17 and 18, and she is actually able to remove the program, as well as removing the bombs from their body, which is a bit tougher because it's actual surgery. But given her perseverance, she finds a way. They still have no clue of where these two androids are from or who they are. Bola's not even sure if they remember what happened to them. Once they're healed, they wake up, now not needing to be activated. She couldn't remove all the android parts from them, and she wasn't sure if they even wanted that. But she at least wanted to remove the bomb, considering it's a bomb. They can't just walk around with that. And the program Jerome's gone too. They're back to their normal selves. When the two wake up, they just look around the lab they're in, with Bola trying to explain what happened, and they don't exchange many words. They just leave, going off on their own.
Yeah.
Which makes sense there. There's not really too much to say in that situation. Bulma was glad she could at least somewhat give them their lives back. With no threat of the androids, Vegeta and Trunks returned to their timeline. Glad that there was no issues here. Goku and future Vegeta do fight one more time, and this time Goku actually ends up winning. It makes sense. He's been training intensely these past few years, and with more people to train with. Although the fight was still really close, Goku's just glad that he could fight him again. The future Vegeta promises him the next time they meet, hopefully it'll be under better circumstances, and he will be the one to win in that battle. He beat Kakarot once, and he'll do it again. Also, he's glad Trunks was actually born in this time. He wasn't too sure, but they played it safe, and it ended up happening, so that's good. They return home with knowledge of Cell's web. Another android could show up anytime. Meanwhile, up at the lookout, Kami senses something weird. It feels like a mix of a bunch of energies together, and it's definitely something evil. A bunch of people are disappearing, and it seems that this monster is the cause of it. It's terrifying. He's never felt anything like this. He has to warn the others. But what he doesn't realize is that he just sent Cell. Given the fact that there still was time travel here, that Cell from the other timeline, he showed up here as well. And by now he's actually active. Of course he starts absorbing people, but he kind of needs to lay low. He's waiting for the androids to appear, but nothing's happened yet. There's no android 17 or 18 in sight. Did he go to a timeline where they didn't get activated? Or does he just need to wait a little longer? He's not too sure, but either way, he just needs to lay low for now. He'll be able to achieve his perfect form soon enough. About a year passes since future Vegeta left. By now, Kami has told everyone about Cell, but Cell's been moving even more slowly because now he knows everyone's on his tail. Until he can actually find the androids, he needs to be a little bit more covert, to say the least. And he's already pretty covert about it anyways. So, occasionally here and there, he will absorb people, but it's not going to be a bunch of people at once, not entire cities like before. Slowly he's growing, but not enough. But eventually he does it. He's able to finally locate the androids. 17 and 18 are actually still alive. He was about to get desperate and just attack as is. But this way, he could achieve perfection. Although there's an issue. He only finds one at a time. Android 17 is nowhere to be seen, and he finds Android 18. So he goes to absorb her. Thankfully for him, she has no knowledge. So absorbing her is pretty quick. And with this, he achieves his semi-perfect form. He can already feel way more power coursing through. And maybe even just like this, he'll be able to fight the others. Remember, this version of Cell is stronger, because first of all, he was around for a year longer, and also the data he used to develop is way different. It isn't a significant amount, but still, noteworthy enough. And when he transforms, this creates a huge burst of power. Everyone can sense him immediately. He knows it's to hide and suppress his power, but by the time he does this, it's already too late. Goku's already around, the fastest of the group. Others show up not too long after, but sounds pretty confident in himself. He did want to achieve his perfect form first, but if he has to fight now, then so be it. With his semi-perfect form, this should be enough. He'll achieve perfection later on. And what better person to fight than Goku himself, the strongest one here, the person he was meant to destroy. Goku powers up into Super Saiyan 2. It all makes sense now. So this is Cell, that one thing they found in Jiro's lab. They're not sure how he's here because they destroyed him, but they assume it has something to do with time travel. But they put all the pieces together and realize he's a pretty big threat. Cell at first feels pretty good about this. Goku died pretty early on in his timeline, but still, he has data of Super Saiyan 2 because Goku unlocked him then. Although he barely used it. But still, this is nothing too crazy for him. Even as is, he feels like he could fight Super Saiyan 2 Goku. But Goku's way stronger than he realizes. Goku completely outpaces him. He's grown so much in the past year, and even before that too, thanks to Vegeta giving him a heads up. And the craziest thing is, he's holding back right now. Bulma ended up studying some of the data she found from Jiro, so even though Cell wasn't an immediate threat, they did know about him. And they know that he has DNA from everybody, including Piccolo. Goku does remember Bulma mentioning the fact that he could probably regenerate too. Maybe Cell would have won here if they didn't have all the prep time and knowledge about him. Actually, it's barely prep time because they didn't realize he was going to come here. But even so, Goku knows to destroy every bit of him. It's a shame because it sounded like he would be a pretty interesting fighter, but he knows he can't risk this. Quickly, he charges a Kamehameha. Cell's terrified at Goku's showcase of power, especially because, amidst the blast, Goku suddenly powers up to something else. It's very quick, and he barely gets a glimpse of it, because the second Goku powers up to this, Cell's eradicated. With the Dragon Balls, they wish back everyone that Cell killed. They wanted to wait so they didn't have to make multiple wishes, and now that he's actually gone, they could do this. But the rest of the group is just pretty shocked at Goku's showcase of power. Obviously, Goku's always training, and he has grown stronger since. But what he showcased against Cell, they've never seen before, especially the other Saiyans. They're still trying to achieve Super Saiyan 2 and the mastery of it that Goku had. And he's already gone far beyond it. He got something else. Oh, that. Yeah, Goku says that he recently found out about this. It's pretty new to him, and he can't really use it for too long, so he only briefly powers up into it when he really needs to. He might have not actually needed it there against Cell, but it was at least a good chance for him to finally use it. He just calls it Super Saiyan 3 for now.
Everyone else is so far behind Goku, and he's still going way beyond them. Every time it seems like they're closing the gap, it just gets even bigger. And now we enter the 6 year time skip because a year's already passed. Gohan sort of trains a bit, but it doesn't really stick. Unlike the main story, there's been a lot that's happened so far that's kind of turned him away from that. Goku does get to see a little bit of his potential, but he's had such a different upbringing right now. And when Goten's eventually born, the same happens with him. Gohan at least knows the basics of martial arts, and he has grown a bit stronger, but Raditz thinks it's a waste of potential, though. Goku's glad that he's happy, but Raditz tries to convince him to train Gohan. There's not really much he could do, though. Gohan doesn't even have Super Saiyan yet. But he's improved a ton from before, even with his little training. He at least can actually fight now if he wants. I feel like there's still a good chance he could become a great Saiyan. I know a lot of people theorize that he only did this because of the Ginyu Force, but I think it's much more likely that Gohan's just a nerd. Like, look at Dr. Hedo and the Gammas. They're just like that. They didn't need to get beat up by a group of aliens who posed on them every time they won. They just like doing that. Nappa and Raditz focus a lot on training together. All three of the Saiyans are behind Goku right now, but specifically these two, they want to work on getting at least ahead of Vegeta. For the time being, they're bachelors. Vegeta at least has Bulma, and if he didn't, he probably would need one too. And for Trunks, unlike Gohan, he's actually still training because Vegeta makes him train. At some point, this might eventually influence Goten, but it's a slower process. And as another side note, Krillin would probably eventually meet Android 8. He did see her before in Jiro's lab and was one of the people that tried to convince everyone to not kill her. And especially after she died to Cell, one thing would probably lead to another. That brings us to the tournament at the end of the time skip. 3 people enter this time that didn't enter before. Tenshinhan, Raditz, and Nappa. The rest of the roster looks pretty normal, except for the fact that their powers are all respectively really different. Notably Goku and Krillin being way stronger than they normally would, and Gohan being way weaker. And because of this, Babidi's actually focused on Goku to take energy from. Spopovich and Yamu wait for him to go out. His match is against Kibito. It was supposed to be against Vegeta, but Shin changed some things. Mainly to get this plan to work. Kibito coaxes Goku into powering up, and he does. Not showing Super Saiyan 3, but at least Super Saiyan 2. Spopovich and Yamu take the opportunity to jump in, with Shin and Kibito trying to paralyze Goku as well. But this doesn't really work the way they intended. Spopovich and Yamu are able to get some energy, but Goku's able to break free of it pretty quickly. He wasn't showing his full power. With a burst of energy and a brilliant flash of light, he powers up into Super Saiyan 3. Terrified, Spopovich and Yamu run away, and this breaks them free from the paralysis too. Spopovich and Yamu look, and they at least got a good amount of energy from it. They didn't get all the energy they needed for Boo, but still, this is more than enough. Babidi only needs a little bit more now. The second they leave, Shin and Kibito try to follow. Tell them the others to follow too. They have something important to tell them, and they'll explain on the way. Goku decides to go along because the person he was fighting moves. Piccolo instantly goes along too, realizing who these 2 people are. Mainly because Kami's watching from above and told Piccolo. Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa follow too, with Krillin and Ten reluctantly going as well. They want to see what's going on. As they chase Spopovich and Yamu, Shin and Kibito explain everything. They didn't expect Goku to have that much power though, which could be kind of an issue because they might have gotten enough from Boo. They're not too sure yet, but still. If Boo ends up being revived, well, Goku's sure he could defeat him at least. It'll be nice to have a challenge for once in a while. Shin tells him not to underestimate Boo. He's incredibly powerful, and even with as strong as Goku is, he's not too sure if Goku can beat him. And yeah, that is true. Goku has no clue of who Boo is and how strong he is. But after all his time practicing with Super Saiyan 3, this should be more than enough. There hasn't been anyone that can stand up against it so far. He assures the 2 Kais that he's not being cocky either. Confident, yes, but not cocky. They arrive at Babidi's ship and watch him kill Spopovich and Yamu. Dabura then tries to attack them, but he's really quickly stopped. He almost attacks Kibito, but quickly Nappa powers up into Super Saiyan 2, grabbing onto Dabura and holding him still, locking him in place. Dabura is barely able to turn around, spitting on Nappa and turning him into stone. But the second he does this, Raditz then powers up into Super Saiyan 2, fighting Dabura pretty easily. Of course he's concerned about Nappa, but Shin then says all he needs to do is kill Dabura. Sounds easy enough. Raditz fights him pretty evenly at first, trying to make Dabura feel comfortable here. Really, he's not using his full power just yet. And then he gets the moment to strike. Quickly, he showcases his full strength, landing a powerful blow on Dabura that doesn't kill him, but seriously injures him. He then launches up into the air, killing him with a double sun. Nappa's pretty pissed off because that guy fought like a cow. He definitely would have won that fight if he didn't turn into stone. But thankfully, it prevented anyone from dying against him. Shin hopes that Raditz didn't give off too much energy, but that fight was really quick, and he was the only one fighting, so it shouldn't have been too bad. Babidi was able to get back to the ship, and he did get some energy from this, but most notably, he got a lot of it from Goku. Even though he wasn't at full power, and they only barely were able to take energy from him, they got about 80% of the energy they needed, plus another 5% from Dabura's fight. But now things are looking bad. He's close to reviving Boo, but they're going through his ship now. Soon enough, they're going to get to him. He needs a way to get energy quickly. Otherwise, his plan is doomed. But he has the perfect idea. When the group's about to get to the bottom of the ship, Nappa then feels a strange sensation. Then Raditz, then Vegeta. Babidi is trying to possess all of them. They're vulnerable targets. And he can tell they're not fulfilled. They have latent evil within them. But more importantly, their insecurities. He can exploit this. He can make them his minions. Shin and Kibito are a bit terrified. with Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, and Shenlong ready to fight. They can't believe what they're seeing, but it seems like the three of them are actually being possessed by Babidi. But how? They should be strong enough to counter this. Babidi's spell ends, and the three Saiyans all power up, now with an ammo in their hands. Majin Raditz, Majin Nappa, and Majin and Vegeta look at Goku. They're now under Babidi's control, seemingly at least, and they got a huge boost in power. Everyone is then teleported back to the world plan. It takes Goku a bit to realize what happened, but he comes to realize that they willingly did this. The three of them gave in to Babidi for that power boost. They wanted to see if it was enough to actually beat Kakarot. Plus, part of them wanted to go back to their old life. They've been domesticated by Earth. Raditz and Vegeta especially felt this way. Vegeta with his own family now, and Raditz seeing what Kakarot's life is like. Look at him, pure-hearted, raising two powerful Saiyan sons who don't even fight. Plus, all three of them wanted to surpass Goku. This way, they can do that. Shen's worried because now Babidi's definitely going to get enough energy. But Goku says not to worry. He powers up the Super Saiyan 2, ready to fight three of them off. With Piccolo, Krillin, and Ten joining as well. As the fight breaks out, at Babidi's ship, he sees the power slowly increase, and then Boo's finally revived. Even after this short amount of time, it gained more than enough energy. He doesn't even need those minis anymore. They got the job done. He's done it. He's resurrected Majin Buu. Goku's able to move everyone away from the tournament. It's a 4v3 right now. The three Majin Saiyans versus Goku, Piccolo, Tenshinhan, and Krillin. But Goku then asks the three others, leave us in. These three clearly have a grudge with Goku, and that's the only way they're going to solve it. And he does appreciate their help, especially with how strong they are. But it feels a little unfair to him. Krillin tells him this isn't the time to be worried about them. But Goku said just to trust him. If he wins like this, they're never going to be satisfied. He needs to fight for them alone. They can go and stop Babidi. So Goku begins a 1v3. And he finally does what they want, showing his full power, Super Saiyan 3. And even with their boost in strength, on top of the fact that it's 3v1, they're not sure they could win this. Of course, Super Saiyan 3 still has downsides, but thanks to all of Goku's training with it, he has at least gotten somewhat of control. It's not perfect. Super Saiyan 2 has way better efficiency. But in terms of raw power, this is his strongest. This is his peak right now. As that battle rages on, Piccolo's crew goes to find Babidi again, but it's already too late because Babidi's coming to them, and they sense a terrifying power alongside him. Shitting Vito's jaws drop. Majin Buu's here. The four Saiyans even stop their battle and look on. Vegeta's mad because he doesn't want the fight to be interrupted. Quickly he launches his blast up, and Babidi doesn't even notice. It hits him and kills him instantly. With part of it also scraping Buu, but he instantly regenerates. He lands on the ground with a grand entrance. But Nappa then shouts at Buu, with his scream shaking the entire area, being felt even far away at the world tournament. The three Saiyans are fuming right now, especially now that their battle is being interrupted. And together all three of them attack Buu, with Goku even joining in too. Weirdly enough, they put their battle aside for the moment just to fight Buu. And, especially with Goku there, this actually isn't a tough battle. Three boosted Super Saiyan 2s, plus Goku and Super Saiyan 3, way beyond what he is supposed to be at this point. Just like Goku said before, Majin Buu is not actually a challenge. And, quickly, they kill him, like it's nothing. And then they immediately return back to their fight, like nothing happened at all. Shitty Kibito can't believe what they're witnessing. I mean, it's kind of a good thing, but still, they're really that focused on their fight. But slowly the battle dies down. Goku loses some more stamina to Super Saiyan 3, but the other three Saiyans knew from the very beginning that Goku was going to be able to win here. One by one, they begin to fall. First Nappa, then Raditz, and then finally Vegeta. But before Vegeta loses consciousness, he exchanged some words with Goku. Just as he expected, Goku won again. He wanted to see if it was possible to win, and even with that power boost that they got, it still wasn't enough. The three of them wanted to go back to who they were, at least briefly. They hoped they would gain some sort of power that way, plus the other power that Babidi promised them. To think they did all that and it let them know it. But Goku acknowledges their strength. They didn't need to do that. And look, that freak Majin Buu was revived, and they were actually able to defeat him, even if they're not the strongest. Still, look at how much they've grown, not just as warriors, but people too. They've grown way stronger than they realized. The old Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz wouldn't even recognize this as wrong. And thankfully Goku stopped them before they hurt anyone, mainly at the tournament. Still though, Vegeta can't believe what he witnessed. Kakarot truly is number one. Goku as well as Majin Buu. Shitting Vito thank everyone for their help. They also healed the other Saiyans and they returned to normal. They awkwardly apologized for what they did, but thankfully they did no damage at all. Although, who knows what would have happened if Goku wasn't dead. And even though they led to Majin Buu being revived, still, that didn't cause anything. Shitting and Vito are still speechless with the fact that Buu died so quickly. And the four of them together was overkill. From what they saw, Goku alone would have actually been enough, just like he said. That power they showcased was helpful, but still, terrifying. Those mortals are really weird. But it's a good thing everything worked out in the end, especially after Shitting Vito's plan failed. They wonder if they'll see more of those three Saiyans. A few months after Boo's defeat, Beerus wakes up, way earlier than normal. Local fish told him that around this time, he'll be able to meet his rival. Beerus also learns from Whis that apparently there's some Saiyan out there that was able to defeat Frieza with ease, while still holding back illness. It turns out there's actually a few Saiyans alive too. The only reason Saiyans are important to Beerus is because he also had a dream about some sort of Super Saiyan god. But that one who defeated Frieza, the one named Goku, he in particular interests Beerus. So he immediately heads out for him. And besides Goku, this immediately strikes fear into the hearts of all the Saiyans there.
Vegeta, of course, remembers Beerus, and Raditz and Nappa have heard about him too. Apparently, he's here for them. He's looking for a powerful Saiyan rival, some sort of Super Saiyan god. They've never heard of that. They know about Super Saiyan, but never a Super Saiyan god. They have also gone beyond Super Saiyan, but they don't know of any godly aspect. So, out of curiosity, Beerus tests their power first. They do seem pretty powerful. The three fight all together, in Super Saiyan 2. Of course, Beerus has to hold back significantly. This does next to nothing to him. But they definitely seem stronger than the average one. Although, he knows one more Saiyan is here too. One who apparently defeated Frieden. These three take offense to this because they defeated King Cold. That should count for something as well. But they know he's talking about Kakarot. So then Goku gets to meet Beerus, excited to finally fight someone that might be able to give him a challenge for once. It's been so long since he last had a challenge. The only person that gave him any sort of challenge in recent history, it was future Vegeta. And that was someone who's not even from his time. Apparently Beerus is a god, the strongest person in this universe, besides Whis. And Goku's more than glad to fight him. But he quickly comes to learn that not only is Beerus a challenge for him, he doesn't think he could ever defeat Beerus. At least not in his current state. He's so far above the other three Saiyans, even combined, he kind of overpowers them. But for Beerus, that doesn't matter. That's a minuscule difference. Beerus feels like he's wasting time here, but if they want to find out about the Super Saiyan God, it's probably best to ask Shenron. So they summon Shenron to get info about the Super Saiyan God. And this time around, they actually do have enough people for the ritual. They're not too sure if it'll work with Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, but it's at least worth a shot. They seem righteous enough now to be part of it. Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, Trunks, and Gohan join. By now, Gohan and Trunks even have Super Saiyan, even more fitting for this ritual. Beerus, of course, wants Goku to be the recipient of it, so he's the center of the ritual. And it actually works. Goku becomes a Super Saiyan God. He's in a whole new league of power now. He was already ahead of everyone before, but this is something else. And of course, Beerus wants to test it right away. He and Goku briefly battle. And while the battle is brief, they move so quickly that they get more than enough fun out of it. And Beerus can see this Goku's power. He's grown significantly, and this is definitely a defined form. But still, it'll take him years to reach Beerus' level, if that's even possible at this point. Although he definitely shows promise. And for that reason, he wants Goku to become his rival eventually. Goku's even stronger than he was in regular battle with gods, which makes Beerus more curious about how strong he can truly be. Weirdly enough, he and Goku are similar. Both have been spending so much time looking for a rival. Of course, Goku's had his own rivals, Piccolo being the main one here, but also a rivalry with the Saiyans, with Krillin, with Tenshinhan. He has rivals, but in terms of something that can match his power at least, he hasn't found that yet. Not in this timeline, that is. Beerus is in a similar boat, but it's a much bigger problem for him. This will benefit them both. Goku can go way beyond his limits, and he can have fun by fighting Beerus, even if he's going to lose each time. So pretty much immediately after meeting, Goku ends up going to Beerus' planet. Not just to train there, but so he can spar with Beerus as much as he wants. This is good for Beerus too. He knows he's going to win every time, but still, it's fun. Once more, the other three Saiyans feel left behind. Literally this time, because they're left behind going to Beerus' planet. As months pass, occasionally Beerus and Whis do this at Earth, with Goku coming back as well. But mainly, they're here to try the food and such, with Goku visiting and see family and friends. And each time Beerus comes to Earth, the Saiyans try to impress Beerus somewhat, but he's not impressed. They're clearly strong, but they were so far behind Goku to begin with that Beerus doesn't really care about them anymore. They're going to have to pull off something really impressive for him to even look their way. They wonder how far ahead Goku is now. The more time passes, the more the gap is going to grow. They'll never be able to catch up to him. They'll never be able to become the strongest. They completely dedicate themselves to training here on Earth. Of course, it's probably not as good as what Goku's doing, but still, this will help them grow. They also do have enough people to do the ritual again if they wanted to. They would just have to swap Goku with Goten. But the three of them decide against the ritual. That's a shortcut to them. Even Goku didn't seem to like the ritual. He did it just because Beerus wanted it. And they vividly remember the last time they took a shortcut, becoming Majin to fight Goku, and that still didn't work out in the end. So this time around, they're not going to do that. They've completely sworn off the ritual. They can discover a new form of their own. And even if they end up going down the path of a Super Saiyan God, there has to be some sort of way to get it through hard work instead of that shortcut. Their pride and their last experience with becoming Majin, that holds them back from doing this. Especially because Kakarot knows better than anyone. All of his power came through hard work. They need to try and emulate him more if they want to grow as strong. Eventually, they were able to get Super Saiyan 3 for themselves, and of course, they know the downsides. One interesting thing to note here is that Vegeta and Nappa never did lose their tails. So for them, they're actually able to maintain Super Saiyan 3 really well. Raditz, on the other hand, he lost his tail a while ago, thanks to Goku. And never ended up growing back, so he has to kind of work around this. And he decides the best way to do it is to use a Super Saiyan 2 to 3 switch, fighting mainly in Super Saiyan 2 and only swapping into Super Saiyan 3 right at the moment of attack. And because of this restriction, he actually grows more adept with the form. Vegeta and Nappa could just use it freely, thanks to their tails helping. But Raditz's lack of tail force them to be craftier, that molds them into having a much different fighting style. One day the three of them noticed the sky randomly turns dark, as if someone's summoning Shenron. They don't realize that someone actually did summon Shenron, but nobody knows who. Only until a few months later when the Frieza Force rises back up. It seems that Frieza has been revived.
It's funny that they didn't bother to revive King Cold because these three would have loved to kill King Cold a second time. But now they finally got their shot at freezing. In base, these three defeat Frieza's entire army, and they're ready to take him on next. And they tell him to just cut the niceties and go right to his final form. So, he does that. Vegeta steps up to take him on. He didn't actually get to fight Frieza in his final form before, but he did sense it. He can tell Frieza has grown stronger, but if this is his limit, they're going to win here, because Vegeta's able to fight him in base. But Frieza then gets an opportunity, showing the true power that he's gained, transforming into Golden Frieza. And now it's kind of an issue because he's way stronger than before. Vegeta can't fight him alone, much less in base. He transforms into Super Saiyan 3, with Nappa doing the same. That's new. He remembered the regular Super Saiyan form that Goku had, as well as the one that went beyond that. What is this? Another level beyond that level beyond? Well, yeah, that is exactly what it is. And he looks over at Raditz, and he can't tell if Raditz is using it or not. He's not actually using Super Saiyan 3 right now. But Frieza just assumes he is because his hair is already long. Kind of good for Raditz because it allows for some sneak attacks. Frieza doesn't expect the 2 to 3 switch, which is kind of funny. Raditz's hair acts as a perfect camouflage for this. But still, he's able to take all three of them on at once at their strongest. It's kind of like before with King Cold. And he's loving this. The fact that it takes all three of them at once to fight him. He's confident he could win here, which is kind of an issue for him. Really, he should finish this as quick as possible. But he doesn't. The three other Saiyans can see that he's slowly losing stamina from this form. Something that they don't have to worry about. At least not Vegeta and Nappa. Raditz kind of doesn't have to worry about it, but when he's a Super Saiyan 2, it's not an issue. Over their years of training, not only have they grown way stronger, but they've grown in every other aspect too. And they know how important the preservation of stamina is. They're much more efficient in battle than Frieza is. Frieza slowly loses steam, and then the three Saiyans can show up their true strength. They are a little beat up, but they're able to hold their own. And now, they have the upper hand. Together, the three of them essentially play volleyball with Frieza. He continues losing strength, eventually to the point where he can't even use his golden form anymore, going back into his final form. Of course, Frieza plans to blow up Earth, but before he even has the chance, the three Saiyans decide to finish him, combining a blast together to kill him. And it's pretty fulfilling. They've grown really strong because even with that new form that Frieza had, they still were able to beat him. Although, it's a little bit of a bummer that they couldn't do this individually. But still, they got to defeat Frieza. And this time, they did it all alone. It was their strength that did it. They didn't need any shortcuts. It was their power, their drive, their dedication, everything. They may have still not been noticed by Beerus, but they're definitely making great progress. And on top of this, Beerus finally does notice them. Whis eventually tells Beerus and Goku what happened on Earth. Apparently Frieza came back, and he had a brand new form as well. And according to what Whis can see, he seemed pretty powerful. But on top of that, the other three Saiyans had grown a bunch as well. Goku's checked in with them briefly, but he hasn't seen their full strength yet. And they haven't seen his true power yet. But he can see that they were all using Super Saiyan 3. Even for Raditz, he can see that 2 to 3 switch that he was doing. In the time that's passed, they've grown a ton. And Goku can't wait to see what they're truly capable of. And Beerus knows that this entire time they didn't want to come here and try to train under Whis. And reluctantly he decides, yeah, why not? At this point, he might as well bring them here. They're clearly growing a lot, so he does wonder how fast they grow as Super Saiyan God as well. Although it's kind of weird to him that they didn't try to reach over themselves. They definitely had enough people on Earth to do that. That didn't even occur to Goku. But he could
head will feel brand new.